All right, Mr. Mayor, we are now live. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay, let me call to order the special council meeting study session of May 10th, 2021. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for today's meeting. During the meeting, participants will remain muted when not speaking. If participants have a question or a comment, please use the raised hand feature. And then speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. Sorry. Oh, let's see. Problems for me too. This city council meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconference and electronic means consistent with State of California Executive Order N-29-20 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone and use the raised hand feature to request to speak, star 9 on your telephone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button on Zoom. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Attending.
Councilmember Larson.
Present.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
Councilmember Fong.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Dean.
Present.
7 present participating via teleconference.
Okay, our single item is item 21-0115, board and commission interviews. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, with my city computer having just crashed, it will be quite a brief summary of what I had typed up. So tonight you have the first of 2 nights of board and commission interviews. There are a number of vacancies on each of the city's 10 boards and commissions, and tonight is an opportunity for each applicant to present with council and council to ask questions of the applicants to learn a little more about each of the applicants.
Okay.
We will have the interview, or the appointments are scheduled for May 25th.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to staff? Okay. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I'll ask the public to use the virtual raise hand button or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. And the city clerk will unmute you when it's your turn to address city council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Council will now be interviewing 18 candidates this evening, actually 17 candidates this evening. City clerk, we're ready for the first candidate.
Okay, I will be promoting them to panelist. Okay, Lene. Looks like she has joined us on the panelist side has her video and her microphone activated.
Very good. Hello, Lene.
Hi. Hi, everyone. It's Linnea.
Oh, Linnea. Good to meet you, Linnea. I'm Mayor Larry Klein.
Great to meet
And
you.
I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind when you're answering our questions. And we'll go for the first round, we'll be going in seniority order, and then we'll kind of rotate through seniority question, asking questions through all the different council members going forward. So I'll be first. And so just thank you for applying. And I just want to kind of start off with questions about what, so thank you for, your work at Stanford Library. And I just wondering what features that you think that from Stanford Library that you would like to see in the Sunnyvale Public Library?
That's a good question. Well, Stanford certainly has one advantage in that our users all have identification unique to them, and a lot of their account information is linked to their identity. So it makes logging in to use electronic resources really easy, basically like one click and you're reading your ebook. So I would, public library resources, e-resources tend to be much more cumbersome to use. So I would really like to see what we can do to make e-resource usage easier for patrons, since we're seeing a lot of growing use of electronic resources, whereas print and physical resources is more in decline. So I really want to work to make e-resources more useful, especially during pandemic, but even going forward. I'd also, what else would be useful? I think increasing accessibility of the building after hours might be something that could be explored. That we, certainly at Stanford, it's a little more easy to do that because we have an enclosed community, enclosed campus. But I think I would like to do some more exploration there.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you for applying. And given the short time we have today, I have no additional questions for you, but thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, yes, thank you for applying. And thank you for helping out at Stanford. That's dear to my heart.
Thank you for this opportunity.
So I was wondering if you could comment a little on library programs, because that's another very important part of our program. And I don't imagine that the university has quite the same level of programs. You don't have story time for the engineering grad students.
Yeah.
But if you have any experience with the programs in Sunnyvale Library and either what we could expand on, what we do well already, or areas for improvement.
Yeah, that's certainly something that Stanford Library doesn't do that I think Sunnyvale Library is great at, is having events that are very open, welcoming, and well advertised, and really attract a broad audience. Is not something that we do a lot at Stanford. What would you like? What do you think we could do more of? I think I would like to see more book clubs in different genres, and probably some more events about current issues that people are really interested in. Some examples of things that I see coming out of the library a lot are composting workshops, and other workshops about what we can do for sustainability and the environment, and I think we could go even further in that direction with the Sunnyvale Library to have more events about topics that are really near and dear to people's hearts, that they're thinking about at the present time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Linnea. My name is Russ, and thank you for applying to serve on the Library Board of Trustees. I appreciate it. And my question was, I was reading your application, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit more about when you became a librarian. You said, when I became a librarian myself in 2019, I gained far more insight into the issues and challenges that library face. And I was just wondering, is there anything more that you want to say about that? I thought that was a very interesting statement, and I'd like to hear more if you have.
Yeah, so not to go too deep in my history, but becoming a librarian was actually a really unexpected career change for me. Even though I went to library school, I had it. I mean, I've loved libraries my whole life and enjoy visiting many. But when I went to library school, I really focused more on the information science side of my degree. So database design and information organization, web development, like mostly technical topics. And I was working at Google and, really in that direction. And I had an inkling that I might want to be a librarian someday, at the end of my career, kind of semi-retire and be Podunk County librarian somewhere. But I stumbled on this Stanford job description and it was perfect. It was my alma mater, it was engineering, it was focused on data, using data, helping people use data, and also collections, which seemed the most fun part of being a librarian. So I went for it and I got the job. So it was just really unexpected, sudden career shift, and I had no experience. So I had to learn a lot all at once about how to be a librarian. So studying, studying like course material, all those library classes that I didn't take, but also observing. So observing at all the libraries I went to, observing Stanford, observing Sunnyvale to see what they do, joining organizations like the ALA to learn about how libraries work. So I just became much more observant an interested patron. I learned about the library board of trustees, which I didn't know about before that. Just started getting more involved in seeing how different libraries were run, because all of a sudden it was, my primary, it was my career. So does that answer your question?
Oh, it sure does. Thank you for taking a moment to just share a little bit more about that. Thanks, Linnea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Linnea, for applying. Really appreciate it and all the things that you're doing in your career. Just as a reference, I used to serve on the what we call the BOLT, the Board of Library Trustees, and wanted to know from your perspective, because not only does the BOLT advise on operations, so how the library should provide services better, but actually policy. And so, what has been your interaction with public policy in relation to library services or rec services, which actually the Commission also has scope over?
Do you mean like Sunnyvale policy? I'm not quite understanding the question.
Yeah, so just reference, I'll try to go quickly, is that the Commission also serves as a policy advisory board to the council and any policy related to libraries and recreation services. And so there could be a policy that says, these communities are not being served as well and we need data to serve them, or whatever it is. And that could be a policy that comes out of that. And so just wondering if you've run into that in your career at Stanford or anything like that.
Policy development. Certainly I'm in charge of collection policy, although that's probably not collection development policy, but that's probably not what you mean. Well, right now I'm working on a couple different initiatives at Stanford concerning our policies. One problematic topic came up last summer around the issues of social justice and all the interest people had in those issues. We found that at Stanford we were, we have materials dating back 100 years, even before the founding of the university, many of which contain, to be honest, offensive content. We aren't providing, we're not certain we're the best way to how to handle this content and help users. We don't want users to be surprised. So I'm working on a group right now that's like adding, coming up with policies about adding content warnings and handling mechanisms for potentially offensive and problematic content. I am also really interested in issues of copyright. So right now, with the pandemic, we've greatly increased the amount of material we're digitizing and the kinds of material that we're digitizing. So we've been stretching the boundaries, a little bit, adding new services and having very much to consider copyright along with that. So I'm helping develop some policies related to how the library handles copyright. So those are a couple of issues that I'm working on right now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much. And thank you for applying. It was really interesting to read your application, especially with your background in libraries. And I was wondering, so the pandemic has posed a lot of challenges for all of us. And I think every single institution in this world has felt it to some degree. But I also think that there are some bright spots and lessons to be learned about making things more accessible and run better because of the kind of pivots we've had to make. Do you think that there's anything in the library services that work particularly well and that we can expand on or build on as we move out of the pandemic?
Well, certainly the obvious change to the library operations was, I guess, what we called in Stanford like a request and pickup service, sort of the service where librarians or library workers will pull books off the shelf and get them ready to go for you and bring them out to you. So the library isn't. We just reverted back to the regular hold system. I guess the I think there are some learnings there potentially about different ways to package and offer books that, might be useful to think about going forward. Also, I guess the other good example is offering of virtual events. I'm not sure what the attendance figures look like those, but that's something that was, started ramping up during the pandemic. And I think it'd be really interesting to use that as a test case for continuing with virtual events going forward to serve greater parts of the community, people that don't want to or can't come on to, into one of the library branches.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Thank you, Mayor Klein, and thank you, Linnea, for applying. I think reviewing your application, it's clear that you do a lot for the community, and I think it's amazing that you've been a librarian. Similar to actually Councilmember Melton's question, I was going to ask about your experience as a librarian, but that's already been asked, so I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Linnea, for applying. Thanks for your interest in the Board of Library Trustees. A final decision will be made on May 25th.
Yes.
And the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you on the outcome. So
Okay.
Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I've really enjoyed meeting everyone. All right,
Thanks.
have a great evening of interviews.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, bye.
Goodbye. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, Timothy is being promoted to panelist and has rejoined.
There we
All right,
go.
Mr. Mayor, I think Timothy is ready.
Hello, Timothy.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled to last 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering your questions. First up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, nice to meet you. Thanks very much for applying to join into one of our boards and commissions. I see in your application it says you've not attended any of the committee meetings. And I was just wondering with that, what you plan on being able to achieve in the meetings.
Well, I haven't attended any of the Sunnyvale meetings. I went back and reviewed some of the minutes just to get an idea of what went on at the meeting. So that gave me a reasonable idea of what happened.
And how do you plan on being the successful add to the committee?
Well, it depends on the situation. When I looked at the library meeting minutes, they looked like there wasn't a lot of action. So I was a little disappointed, I guess. I was hoping there'd be more to do. But I'd certainly like to contribute some of my ideas and also to pass along ideas of people I talk to.
Awesome, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Timothy. Nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for applying. And I understand from your application that you and your family have been longtime users of the Sunnyvale Library over many years. And I'm sure you've seen the library and its services and programs evolve over time. So you realize it's not just a static entity that's always changing. What changes have you seen recently that you'd like to continue, accelerate, see more of, or trends?
Well, my perception is pre-COVID, the library was kind of bursting at the seams at times. The good thing is there's a lot of people who use it. The downside is it's a little frayed in certain areas and could use upgrades. I like all the programs that the library has. I've attended many of the like the lectures. Myself and my children constantly take books out and visit the library. Even during the COVID time, we took books out, and during the COVID time, I made use of the electronic versions of books from all the electronic data for my Kindle. So that was a very good feature to have that the library provided. I'd like to see that kind of thing continue or improve.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Timothy. I'm Russ, and it's great to meet you electronically over Zoom tonight. And I see in your application, fighter pilot in the U.S. Air Force for 7 years, and then what I presume is a lengthy career at the legendary Sunnyvale employer Lockheed Martin. I'm guessing that was up in Moffett Park. And can you just tell us all a little bit more about your career at Lockheed Martin and what it is that you worked on, what you can share?
Yeah, at Lockheed, I was ended up in various engineering management positions. I was what's called a chief systems engineer for some of the classified satellite programs. And also I was program manager, which is kind of the overall both technical and financial managers over various programs too. So I'd worked at another engineering company before moving to Sunnyvale. So, kind of started at, from the ground floor up and worked my way up. So I had about a 20-year career there.
Wonderful. Hey, thanks for sharing.
Sure.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, thank you for applying. And I just saw in your application that, thank you for your service in the Air Force and everything. And you served on the finance committee for your school. So I'm just wondering on the budget, we actually have an issue with our library renovation. It's actually in the part 2 of the Civic Center modernization plan, and funding it is a big tackle for the city council. Just wondering, you mentioned finance and budget a lot in your application, and what you think the city can do to produce funding in order to pay for that capital project.
Yeah, I'm not into how the money is acquired. Whether it's through taxes or a bond measure or whatever, but I do have a pretty good understanding of finance. I was, both as a project manager and in various other roles I had. I had to work under strict budgets, and I'm very conversant with the budgeting process and the tracking of money spent. So I do also have an MBA, so I feel very comfortable around financial reports and things.
Great. Well, thank you. I encourage you to look into that. It's an issue that we are tackling as council. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for applying, and I appreciate your answers so far. It's really helped to bring your application to life. So I'm glad we have a chance to sit down and talk with you. I was wondering if you followed the progress that we've made at the Lakeview Branch Library that is set to break ground at some time in the next several years. What are your hopes for that new library? And I wanted to get your take on how that process has gone so far.
I am not familiar with that, so I really can't answer that question.
Okay, well, it's a new library branch that we have. So if that's slated to open up kind of in the northern part of Sunnyvale, I was wondering if—
Yeah, that's actually a little walk from where I am, but yeah, I'm familiar with that area.
Oh, great. So I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts, like what are some things that you hope that library would have, or, when we're thinking about opening up new facilities in the city, what should we be keeping in mind to as we move forward with that process?
Well, I would anticipate that library would be more open to servicing children and their families. I'm not sure what size you're talking about, but it'd be maybe some people who don't have computers at home. It'd be great that they could just go to the library and use the computers there. That'd be something that'd be very worthwhile.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Timothy. Thank you so much as well for applying and for your service. I think my question is, given that you mentioned how long you've been a resident of Sunnyvale and how much you've utilized the library services here, what are some of the programs that you appreciate most about the libraries as they are, and which programs do you feel the library is doing a fantastic job of that you would love to continue?
One of them I mentioned before, which I kind of just discovered year ago was the being able to download from electronic libraries all over the country, to read on your Kindle, which was great during this COVID time. I like the lecture series. I'd like to see that expand and at least continue. For instance, like talks on gardening, I've been to those, or I think the previous applicant mentioned composting. Those types of things I think are very helpful. So just be able to bring interesting speakers into the library and either in person and or virtually being able to listen to them, I think would be great. Space-wise, I think the library is probably at its limit physically for how many books it could have. So I'm not sure you can improve too much there. So I guess the new library that was mentioned in Lakewood would be another good resource. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a quick question. So from the services that you're using at the library pre-COVID, what do you think needs to be expanded? I know we've touched a little bit, phase 2 of the Civic Center is expanding the library. Civic Center modernization will conceivably expand the library, but what additional services or materials would you like to see there?
I certainly have my personal preferences on materials, but I think there looks to be plenty of a variety of things. When I look at some of the technical sections on, those are a little outdated. They possibly could be improved. My children, when they were younger, made good use of the children's section. That was always well stocked, and same with the DVDs. There's plenty there. It seems like the computers, and at least pre-COVID, were widely used. I don't know if that area could be expanded a little bit more too. So.
Okay, thank you. So Timothy, I just want to thank you for your interest and time today. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the actual outcome. So thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome. And nice seeing a face with all the political signs I've seen throughout the year. So
great.
There.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, Mr. Mayor, our next applicant is on. We'll promote them over to the panelist.
Okay.
All right, Charlene has been unmuted and has her video on.
Hello, Charlene.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, and I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering your questions. First up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Charlene. Good to see you virtually. I think I attended a Board of Library Trustees meeting just as we were about to go into shelter in place.
Right.
So everything has been virtual since then. Now that you've been on the Board of Library Trustees for a couple of years, you have a lot more experience of what the board actually does. How has your view of the role of a trustee evolved? How is it different than when you first walked in the door?
Oh, it's incredibly. I think one of the reasons I wanted to join initially was because I, as a community member, appreciated the library and loved it and thought it was a great resource. I think where it's evolved is such an awareness of the critical role it plays in the community, not just as a resource, but in building the community, being a place for people to meet, to access resources, but even more so, it's really one of the best sources in the community to serve underrepresented and less privileged people who need access to resources that they cannot get anywhere else. And it's really it's the best way we have to level the playing field.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Charlene, and thank you so much for 2 years of service on the Board of Library Trustees. great stuff. If you're reappointed, what would you like to get done as a commissioner for the next 4 years?
I think one of the biggest things is transitioning out, as hopefully as we transition out of COVID, is taking some of the things that we've learned from being sheltered in place. We learned a lot of really good things about the library and how it really can serve even when we're sheltered in place, and not losing those. I think we have a tendency to say, okay, let's just go back to the way things were. And while there's a lot of really good things about being in person, we learned a lot about electronic resources, reaching out to people, creating communities online, and how much easier it is to get to those people. But we also learned about how important it was for the people who don't have access online, to be able to get them that access. We have the hotspots that can be checked out, and I know that number has increased. We have Chromebooks, and it's really just emphasized how important it is that everybody have access to those digital resources. The other thing that I'm really excited about is the branch library at Lakewood. I am so excited about that opening. I think the location's wonderful, and I like how it's being built as a community space as well, because that's really just, to me, what makes the library more powerful.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing, Charlene. I love your enthusiasm, and it looks to me like you've really picked up a lot in the past 2 years. So more power to you, and thanks for reapplying. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Charlene, and thanks for reapplying again. My two previous colleagues stole my thunder. I asked both the questions I had, but I just kind of, a third question I had in my head right now was how has it been with the study issue process as a commissioner? Do you have any questions we could answer, or is there a study issue you have in mind that you might want to propose in the future? And just by the way, I really liked your ideas about digital inclusion that you submitted in your application.
Thanks. I think it's interesting. The study issue is actually one that I think we especially the Library Board of Trustees struggles with the most, because it's different than some of the other commissions. We don't have a lot of people coming to us and saying, or a lot of needs, other than in some ways we see ourselves almost as consultants or outside advisors to a library staff that's incredibly competent. And so it's difficult for us sometimes. I think it's not a question of understanding the process. I think the process makes sense. I think for us as a board, we need to do more to understand how we can make use of that, of the study issues that we haven't been very good at.
Great. Well, I'd be happy to be a resource, as I'm sure my colleagues would. Feel free to reach out to me. So thank you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, thank you so much for reapplying. It's good to see you.
Hi.
And I know because I'm now the council liaison, and I served on the Library Board of Trustees, and just having a little bit of background, I have kind of seen what has gone on with the pandemic and just the Herculean effort. And I was wondering, what are some things that you want to see, that changes that have been made to accommodate the pandemic? What do you think needs to be carried forward and expanded upon as we move through that process? Like you said, I know that there are a lot of different things that the library has grappled with really successfully. I think in a lot of cases, I'm thinking specifically of the partnerships with schools, but I wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, I was going to actually emphasize, I love how they've reached out, and they've proactively reached out to the teenagers, or I know they're working with Fremont Unified now, but the elementary schools to proactively get everybody a library card. The ability that I can get a library card online now, as a community member, is huge. The other pieces are really some of their digital programming that they've been able to transition a lot of the in-person programming to digital, or not digital, but I mean online. And what that does is it opens up the audience to a lot more people who couldn't maybe physically get to the library. But now your audience is bigger, because if I can stream it, I can be there, and they can still have it in person, but we still have the resources to do that online. There's also the question of the electronic resources available. I know we're starting to look at downsizing some of our physical materials, like the CDs, because people just don't use it that way anymore. and really thinking about how do we ramp up those use, the audiobooks, how do we ramp up ebooks, and then thinking about, and I think I've mentioned this before, how do we get people who don't have that access because they just don't have that electronic or internet resource availability, how do we get that to them? Those are some of my bigger kind of areas that I'm focused on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Charlene. It's a pleasure to meet you. And thank you so much again, as everyone else has said, for your years of service on the commission and to the city. I empathize with Councilmember Fong because the two big questions I had in my head were asked by Councilmembers Melton and Larson. So I don't have any other questions to add, but thank you again for what you've done and for reapplying.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Charlene, I just want to thank you for your years of service. It is, the boards and commissions are critical to what our council does. So your advocacy, your recommendations from the Board of Library Trustees are really important. Quick question on diversity of our materials. So, we have an ever-changing population within Sunnyvale. And what do you think is one of the best ways, or what needs to be done from a diversity standpoint to meet the needs of an ever-changing population?
It's interesting. We've actually talked about that recently at one of our meetings. And one of the things that we're always asking the library is to help us understand the demographics and the changing demographics of the Sunnyvale community. Because exactly of that, the physical resources are limited, are always going to be limited. And so what we're looking to do is we're always pushing the library to try and look at our demographics and see how they're changing, and to see how our percentage of foreign language and other resources match those demographics. And where we don't, the other piece that we would like to do, or we always recommend, is partner with other libraries who may be stronger in some other areas than we are, because there are so many resources out there. We can't expect Sunnyvale to be able to meet everybody's needs, but we know that certain other libraries in our community, Cupertino, for example, has a much stronger Mandarin language collection than we do. And while we would like to meet all of those needs, there's a certain benefit in being able to say, okay, maybe we can at least point people to the right place and get them the resources they need while we're building our own. So it's both an issue of understanding what our demographics are and migrating our resources that way, but also just making use of the fact that there's so many other good libraries that are in our area that we can partner with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. Next up and finally is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, Charlene, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for your current service that you've been doing. Thank you for reapplying. I think your record and involvement speaks for itself, and I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Charlene, we have a few minutes left, so this is your chance if you want to ask us a question. Keep in mind that you might get 7 different answers, but I leave it up to you.
I guess I do have a couple questions. One is, maybe our board meeting's not till next week, but when can we expect to meet in person again? When are you guys going to meet in person? When can boards meet in person? It's something we've all are waiting.
Yeah, Larry, when are we going to meet again?
Yes, that is a big question. And definitely sometime after June 15th is the big date from a state standpoint, and we'll see how things go. But our city clerk and the deputy city clerk are working hard to try to figure out how the new normal will look. I'm assuming we'll be virtual for a little while longer, but there's some state bills changing what the Brown Act is going to do. So we'll see where the next month goes. My guess is we'll not be in person until probably July or August, if that, because of some changes at the state level, and conceivably because of the interest in remote access to the meetings and not having the appropriate infrastructure. It'll be made optional to be in with. So I totally agree, though. Seeing my fellow council members, seeing board and commission members in person is something that really is different from an experience standpoint, although I'm happy with how inclusive and how many more people are taking part in some of our meetings.
Thank you.
As you can see, I'm in the council chambers right now, so I don't know where the rest of my colleagues
are. Anything else?
Actually, I did have one question. I don't know if this is the right question for you, but I know one of the issues, one of the other areas that we talk about in the library a lot is rebuilding or renovating the current library building. And is that something that the city council drives? Or is that something that the board, like how does that process? Like, I know.
So, yeah, so I'll be happy to talk about that. And I was hoping, so definitely ping staff on this, but it's phase 2 of our Civic Center modernization is to create a new library. So it's not renovating. The vision was to create a new library and create a new public safety building. Okay. And so there's been lots of talk of, within council and about the bond measure that would take. And so there's a current effort underway to look at the funding and where a conceivable bond would come in place for funding a brand new library. So right now, the first phase of the Civic Center modernization is the new City Hall, and in addition on to public safety. And the second phase, whichever timing that is, would be coming sometime in, we're guessing 2024, I think is what we talked last. But Councilmember Fong, you have a comment?
Yeah, really quickly, Charlene, if you go back a couple of years to 2018, there should be a recording and a presentation from city staff. When I was on the library board, we had a city manager actually present the plan in terms of timing. It's obviously updated since then. So I would just encourage you to reach out to Charisse and the city manager about that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Charlene, I just want to thank you for reapplying. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. You don't need to be there to attend, or attend to find out or lobby. But thank you again for being here and for your service on that board.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
City clerk, are we ready for the next candidate?
Yes, next candidate, Barbara, is being promoted to the panelist role.
Hello, Barbara.
Hello, hello.
So hi, I'm Mayor Larry Klein. So let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind when answering questions. First up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Barbara. I'm Russ. Nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying.
Hi, Russ. Nice to meet you and see all your faces.
Fantastic. I'm reading in your application your lengthy service at the Los Angeles Unified School District. That's fantastic. And at the end of your application, you spoke about the intersection of the library providing services and the needs of school children. And I've got a couple of middle schoolers at home, so we've been living the Zooming life at school. And you also talked about remediation, right? What have the kids missed during the pandemic and the role of a library to backfill? Can you just take a minute or two to share any other thoughts that you might have about the intersection of the library and the needs of our school children?
Well, let me say that first off, I think literacy sets the foundation for anyone's life. If you can read, you can learn. And so a library that provides resources to any adult, child, person, it sets them off in the right direction in life. So the children, those that might have missed out on by attending Zoom school, teachers may need additional resources so that children can practice at home with family members. I don't know if there are such a thing as recorded books on tape for young readers, but that surely could perhaps be a potential assist to some students that need practice, and maybe mom and dad aren't always available, but if they can get them set up on some sort of audio video combination, that could be a potential assist. I think probably teachers would be the best ones to say what types of resources their specific groups of children need according to what gaps need to be filled. But as a reading intervention teacher, we had more simple materials, simplified, but still had content. So that, sometimes ESL, I was also an ESL coordinator at a school. And so we had leveled readers, leveled content that is in the resources of the library. So the content is there, but it's just scaled down according to ability, according to language ability as well.
Thank you for sharing, Barbara. And I'll just mention my 8th graders math teacher sent out a message this morning to all parents saying because of distance learning, they had to skip like 3 chapters this year. They just couldn't do it all. So parents, be ready to sprint over the summer or during her freshman year in high school math. So the kids have a lot of work to do. Thank you so much for sharing, Barbara.
You're welcome. Good luck with your 8th grader.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Barbara. Thank you for applying, and thank you for all the work you've done in Snail. I really appreciated seeing that in the application. I saw in the application you also mentioned the Sustainability Commission. Did you mean to check that as a second option, or is that?
That's a good question. I gave it some thought, and I think for my background right now, and as I'm adapting to what it would be like to work with a community organization, I think my skill, experience, resources lend itself more to the area of a library and literacy. Sustainability, I have a personal interest in the environment, and I coordinated our little community Earth Day event. We had a good showing on that, and we all had a lot of fun. But I think the sustainability issues at the city level are a little bit more involved and challenging than what we did at our community or neighborhood level. So I think I'm focusing in on the library.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to check because sometimes you can check multiple boxes, and we actually have a lot of applicants, and so it's going to be a tough decision for council. And so if you hedge your bets, it might actually be beneficial to you. So just wanted to, if that comes to mind, I think you can reach out to the city clerk. Not sure if it's too late to check that box, but just wanted to put that out there for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, thank you for applying. It's nice to meet you. And I was just wondering, I also appreciate how you put down that you're really active in the Snail neighborhood community. And being part of a community and really active is a critical part to being a part of any commission. So I was wondering, having come together with members of your community, what are some lessons that you've learned there that would make you a really good commissioner?
That's a good question. Getting along with different people and knowing their strengths. And as I was coordinating our group, I knew the strengths of certain people on our team. One lady Denise has wonderful design talents. Another person has, resources to copying machines. Another person had the whole map in her head, of the area. So knowing people's strengths and how to pull those strengths out of people, and then also being able to excite people and get them to see the vision, and knowing what the big vision is and exciting people to want to work towards that vision and the goal. And having fun along the way is really critical. Enjoying the process, and then sometimes having those critical conversations, those difficult conversations. That you have to sometimes do it off to the side, with respect, and let people know. I think we could have done it this way, and this might have been a better way to have done something, and giving them the reasons why. When you identify a problem, try to supply a solution. That's my own saying. When you identify a problem, try to supply a solution. And I think that's really critical, not just to be a complainer, but to be a problem solver, and encouraging that kind of leadership amongst the group. And when you're handing over a task to someone, knowing that, you don't need to micromanage it. They'll get, what needs to get done, kind of check in with them. So knowing people's strengths, being able to be a motivator, positive motivator, and being willing to take those, having the courage to have those critical conversations, as they call it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Barbara. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I really want to echo everyone else by saying thank you so much for the service you've done for the city, being on the Snail Association. One question that I had was reading through your application, I saw that you mentioned the work you've done in literacy and as a literacy coach, which I just think is incredible and is honestly so vital. And so I'm curious, within the context of the library, are there any programs or opportunities you would like to see the library sort of do and act within the range of literacy work and helping encourage literacy?
Absolutely. I don't know if it exists now or if it did previously, but having some sort of a volunteer reading tutoring base. Schools might already have that. So I don't know if that would be a positive overlap or if it might be a draw for, reducing what they are doing. I mean, that would have to be, I think, researched. I don't know enough about what the schools are doing in the way of providing students with, reading practice and tutoring. I did see, though, on the library app, I have to mention this was very cool. I downloaded the library app recently, and then there was a section that talked about volunteers. And I was poking around in there, and I saw that I think it was San Miguel Elementary School had listed requesting reading tutors. And so I thought that was a pretty creative approach to that principle, because I didn't see any other schools. And I might just give her a call and say, look, I can be a reading tutor for an hour or whenever. And so I don't know if the library is offering small reading group practice, reading. I know that the library does the ESL, and maybe following something similar to that model, doing that for students who need to practice reading. So again, but not knowing exactly what schools are doing and what the library is doing in that way of developing a tutoring or a reading program. But that's just kind of a, like off the top of my head idea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Barbara, I just want to thank you for your contribution at Snail and Our Daily Bread. I was wondering if you'd had a chance to take a look at the Lakewood Branch Library at all. Were you part of any of those outreach meetings?
No, unfortunately, Larry, Mr. Klein, I was did not hear about the outreach. What was it, a market survey, the type of that was going on. So unfortunately, no, I did not participate, but I would love to. So I have to keep my eye for that.
Thank you. Just wondering. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, great. Thank you for applying. I was just wondering, if you get on the Board of Library Trustees, how would you describe what is going to be your personal success? What are you going to get out of, feeling, or what would make you feel positive from your contributions?
I think knowing that the library platform is available and making sure that the library is available to all people. And I think I have a heart for the students and to teachers. And so that if there is something included in the library resources for teachers and for students, whatever shape or whatever that might end up looking like, I think I'll have a good sense of satisfaction.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Barbara. Nice to meet you virtually over Zoom. I wanted to expand on something you said just now, talking about resources for teachers. Could you say a little bit more about the resources that teachers find useful in a library? What should we be sure to include or think about to be able to support our teachers?
Well, I know some libraries that allow teachers to have a special library card, which allows them to check out a larger quantity of books. I don't know if Sunnyvale Library has that set up and in place. So when I was with Los Angeles, LA Public Library, they allow teachers to check out, I don't know, it's 25 or 30 books in one shot. And a teacher was just like, woohoo, you know, it was like, wow, all these great books. And the teachers know what the students' reading levels are and what they would be interested in. And, you know, having that relationship with the librarian, you know, that can kind of guide the teacher's selection of books that she would bring into the classroom for the students. And, you know, that also puts the teacher on a higher responsibility, you know, level, in that she has to keep track of those library books in the classroom, make sure they don't end up in somebody's backpack. I always just used to put them up on my chalkboard ledge, you know, so that during reading time, if you took one from that special place, it had to go back on that special place, and I could visually identify, oh, you know what, there's one book, before we all go out, we need to get that book up there before we can go out to recess. Oh, you still have it, let's put it back up there. You know, so there's just ways that teachers would be able to get those books, maybe a larger quantity of books. And that's just, I don't know, does that somewhat answer your question?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Barbara, I just want to thank you for your interest in applying. You know, a final decision will be made on our May 25th meeting, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. So,
thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for being here.
All right.
City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, your next applicant, Mike Serrone, is being promoted to panelist. And Mike, it looks like we have your microphone active, but if you could also, if you're able to start your video.
I thought I started it. Let's try again. Oh, maybe.
Okay.
Hi,
Mike.
Hi.
I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, as you probably know. I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind when answering our questions.
Sure.
First up is Council Member Fong.
Hey, Mike, thanks for joining. Thanks for applying. Great backdrop. I got to jam out with you one day. But I just wanted to see what is one policy that you would like to address as a library board trustee in your first 4 years if appointed?
Well, there's there's a lot of things. I was particularly excited recently by the by your proposal for an Office of Cultural Affairs, and the library is kind of taking the lead there. So I think that's a very exciting, an area to pursue. And in general, I think we're going to see the library changing its role in a number of ways over the next few years. So that's what comes to mind. Also, of course, the Lakewood Library is very exciting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Mike. It's good to see you.
Hi.
Hi, and thank you very much for applying and for sending in your application. And thank you for the service that you provide to the city through your activism. See you everywhere, and just really, your caring for the city speaks for itself. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit, like you mentioned, the reason why you're interested in this commission and what excites you about this is the possibility for expansion of library services, especially with the Lakewood branch. And I wanted to kind of dig deeper into that. What are some of those program expansions that you're especially looking forward to seeing as we move forward with that project?
Well, I think the library will become more of a center for education in a lot of different arenas for the community. So educational programs, I really, I mean, having another branch library, and not to mention rebuilding the main library itself, opens up a huge opportunity for more services, more educational events, more cultural events. I think the next few years are going to be a very exciting time for the library for these kind of programs. Events based around also, you know, sort of ethnic holidays and celebrations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to those things too.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Mike. I think just like everyone else said, thank you so much for all the work that you do for the city and how much you engage with it. And it's a pleasure to see you applying. You know, the only question I hadn't written down was also about Lakewood. And so the downside of being the last one to ask questions is that they usually get asked before me. So I have no follow-up questions, but thank you for applying.
Sure.
Thank you. Mike, I have a question. So you were part of the Lakewood Branch Library outreach. And I was just wondering how you felt about that process and what the final kind of plan and decision that was approved by council in beginning of December, I think it was.
Yeah, I was very happy with it. I think I attended all of the outreach meetings, and I just love the synergy with the school. It is just great. Just the architecture and the way you come into it, and there's this kind of area, and yet there are the smaller meeting rooms and meeting rooms, which I hope will become available to the public. It really, I found the whole thing very exciting, and was happy to see it approved. A lot of creativity went into it. I think it's going to be a very exciting location.
Anything else that you would like to see added, or are you happy with the outcome?
Yeah, I'm really pretty happy with the outcome. There were things I liked about it, maybe more artwork or murals or something, but you know, there's plenty of time for that. No, I thought it was really well done, and I don't always, you know, think that way about everything, particularly architecture, but I really feel like that was a good job. Addressed a lot of things for that the community needs.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hi, Mike, it's good to see you. How would you describe or define, you know, if you get on the board and commission, what would be your success? What you being on it, not the board and commission, but you being successful on the library trustees?
Sure. I mean, first it would be become as knowledgeable as possible about the trade-offs and the different policies involved, and then to be able to work with the rest of the board to provide constructive advice to the council regarding policy decisions. And I think there'll be a lot of policy decisions that need to be made in the next few years.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Have a great week.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for applying. Good to see you here online. Looking forward to when we can actually see people in person.
Absolutely.
Whenever that is, hopefully soon. Just wanted to ask you a little bit, if you could say a little bit more about library programs, because that's an important part of what the library provides. And you'd mentioned, for example, educational programs. Could you just go into some more specifics of the types, you know, more specifically, what kinds of programs you'd like to see more of, what attributes, or perhaps like what communities in the city you'd like to engage through programs?
Yeah, there's, I mean, obviously there's the books and then the electronic media, the online books, and, you know, those are, of course, an important part of it. But, you know, I've attended many programs there, candidate forums, city presentations like Vision Zero. But particularly, I think we've neglected some of our communities in the city. So there are a number of us talking the other day about Day of the Dead celebrations around Halloween, or there's potentially Diwali celebrations. I'd like to see an Italian American celebration as an Italian American, and there's just a lot of opportunities to do things that are fun and educational. And there's other areas too, like social media and how people becoming aware of how to use these things and how to avoid misinformation. A very important area that's kind of neglected. Not to mention some of the things, the way the city works. I went through Leadership Sunnyvale, and there were so many presentations on so many subjects that really expanded my knowledge of how the city and the local government work, which are also opportunities to bring that to the public and expand the knowledge of the public in those areas and participation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And finally is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Mike, it's nice to see you here tonight, and thank you for applying.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, so really fantastic stuff, Mike. And I feel like I really want to acknowledge all the things that you and Sue do in the community. See you two all the time on many important topics. And you're involved, Mike, as I think many of us know, in a couple of advocacy groups. I'm not going to name the names, but you're working very hard to make those groups as successful as they are, along with your board of directors. And I can tell you're just spending hours of thought and effort, and you have my strongest commendations for that. I wrote down some words, Mike, that I think of when I think about your contributions. I wrote down erudite, calm, thoughtful, and policy oriented. And those are really great contributions. And because you have those qualities, Mike, I'm sure you've looked at the numbers. The numbers that City Council has is that we've got 8 awesome applicants for one opening on the Board of Library Trustees, and one of our applicants is an incumbent. So I just, it's not really a question, Mike. I just want to say, we have an opening on the personnel board and no applicants. And I think somebody with your qualities, like I just said, might be able to make a real impact there. And regardless of what happens here, just keep in touch with council and the city clerk, because I love your involvement in the city. So
Sure.
Thanks for listening.
Great applicants for the board here.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mike, we have just a few minutes. If you're interested, you have a chance to ask council a question if you want. You might get 7 different answers, but.
Well, I think maybe it's the kind of question that Charlene already asked, which I thought was about the main library and the possibilities of doing something there, or a bond. Probably too early to really say. That was a kind of a survey, which I think it was more for the Civic Center at large, that said that it was something like 70% of people supported it. Now, well, that's good. But then they said after we talked to them for a while, then it got down to like 60% or something. And oh, okay, yeah, you can talk people out of that, but what if somebody was trying to talk them into it at the same time? So, I'm wondering how realistic a bond measure is, and I guess the time frame is a little ways away. Phase 1 has to get underway first, more significantly. But what are the likelihood of that happening?
Sure. So as far as phase 1 is concerned, right now, phase 1 should be done by the end of 2022. So things are moving relatively rapidly. If you get a chance to go by City Hall, you can see the underground parking that's been basically dug out, and they're starting to do a little bit of pouring of the cement from a foundation standpoint. And at the DPS building, they're starting that addition, laying a similar cement foundation at DPS. So that is moving forward. And the study, or basically the outreach polling that was done previously, was specifically to phase 1. And so doing the bond measure for phase 2, that's kind of what we've done, a general direction to staff, and looking at that time frame that it would be kicked off sometime in the next year, and then looking for a bond measure, most likely 2022 or 2024. But there's a lot behind that on our plates from a staff standpoint. But I do think in general, people like libraries. And it's a little bit easier to focus on that service. It's something that definitely residents interface a lot with. When you talk about young or old, the library is a place where people go to congregate, to get access to information, to get access to computers, or lectures and speakers like you talked about previously.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that sounds great.
Larry, if I can just add, I think it really comes down to, let's see what the landscape of things look like in 18 to 24 months. I think that's going to make a big difference of, what post-COVID looks like, how successful everybody thinks phase 1 is, all those kind of things. There's a lot of parameters that are just going to, shade people's perspectives of what's going on. And I think there's lots of opportunity for that to occur. We just have to, whoever the council is at the time, needs to just be thoughtful and prudent in how they go about making it happen.
Yeah. Good.
Absolutely. It's like we reopened the library for indoor access, and we had lines, down the street waiting for people to get back in. That being said, in the whatever the new normal is going to be past June, there's a question of how many people really come back, or is it just pick up, or is it just online? So there are long-term questions from the library standpoint, and then the needs of the Lakewood Branch Library and how that changes the flow of where people get their information, where people show up to pick up books and get services. So it will be interesting to see how that changes the city itself, having 2 libraries as opposed to only 1.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Okay, so Mike, I just want to thank you for applying. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will then inform you after that meeting on the final outcome. So thanks for being here today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. City Clerk, are we ready?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one member of the public that's joined. Their name doesn't match the next applicant, so I'm just going to unmute them and check in. We have a member of the public who joined. Are you Kathy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, give me just a moment and I'll promote you to panelist so you're able to share your video.
Hi, Kathy.
Hello.
So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I'll take a moment to explain our process today. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering our questions. First up is Councilmember Cisneros.
I'm finding that unmute button. Hi, Kathy.
Hello.
Hello, hope you're having a great evening, and thank you so much for applying. It's really interesting to read over your application a little bit, and I just wanted to dig down into a couple of more points. So you mentioned that you're involved with the Friends of the Library,
yes,
which is fantastic, and I wanted to kind of know, how did you get involved in that, and what about that made you kind of jump at that opportunity, and why do you want to take it to the next step with the commission?
I originally got involved with the Friends, as most of the other members of the Friends do. I attended a book sale and answered a "oh, you need help" sign. From there, I have gone through almost all the positions except treasurer. I am currently the president of the Friends. I can't get rid of it. we don't have enough friends to have a general election. We're supposed to have one in May. That's not going to happen. And from that, I've seen a lot of the inner workings of the library, and I'd like to be involved with the next phase moving forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Thank you. Hi, Kathy. Let me also thank you for the incredible service you've done to the city by being on the Friends of the Sunnyvale Library. Also, I really like your background, love comic books, so that's great to see. I think, in the same vein as Councilmember Cisneros' question, I'm curious, from your time being the president and just working with the Friends of the Sunnyvale Library, I'm sure that's given you a lot of exposure to the library and the library system. Are there any changes you would like to see happen, or things that you're seeing right now from your vantage point that give you a unique perspective on how the library should be run?
For the library and for the Friends, well, we need a new library. We've been involved with the planning phase for the branch library, and we know that for a fact that the building itself that the main library is in badly needs to be refurbished or redone from the ground up. Every time they have to put in power or put in a new technology piece, they have to go through a wall. They're maxed out on space. The event space where we hold our book sales, we get preference because we are a contributing organization, but we still have to book that room a year in advance when it's available. Right now, we're using that as our sorting and donation area. Donations just reopened. So the library desperately needs an upgrade. The restrooms, if nothing else in particular, there's only 2 of them. And if you've seen the amount of people visiting the library, they need to be made more handicap accessible and a greater volume.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just, I'll pile on. Thanks for all the friends that all that the Friends of the Sunnyvale Library does. As far as the relationship between the library staff and the Friends, this is kind of you're in a unique position to give us some insight on how that relationship works and what is or is not working as far as that's concerned. I'd be interested to hear your opinion.
We've had some minor bumps just because of procedural issues with COVID of what we can do when and how many of us can access the building. But they do work with us to allow our volunteers to come in behind the scenes as long as there's a staff member in the building. And they pretty much given us the entire basement for storage. They took away one space for us, but they were compensated by the program room. So we've had to make a lot of adjustments because of COVID.
And hopefully we'll all be through COVID sometime soon and things will be back to some sort of normal. Okay, thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, thanks for applying. And I just wanted to ask, what would be your definition of your success if you're on the Board of Library Trustees? Not the success of the board, but what would success for you be?
I think success would be being help facilitating a new library or major upgrade to the current library because it is desperately needed. They're doing the best they can with what they have to work with. This is the only library in the district, actually in most of the Bay Area, that hasn't been reconditioned at least once. The Mountain View Library has gone through 3 already, and Santa Clara just got done with a major upgrade too right before COVID hit. So I would call that a success.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Moving that forward.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Kathy. Nice to meet you over Zoom. And as others said, thank you so much for all you've done for the Friends of the Library. Continue to do. So I know you've been involved in the development of the Lakewood Branch Library and just wanted to get your opinion and thoughts on how that has turned out and what you would like to see happen there program-wise, service-wise.
Well, the Friends are on board for a $500,000 grant for the Lakewood Library. That's going to be used for FFE, which is furnitures, fixtures, and some of the collections. Now, we've been able to see some of the behind the scenes of the planning stages of some issues that had to be worked out with the school districts that are going to be partnering with the Friends, or sorry, with the library, I need to say. But I would like to see that the library is open to everyone. There was a minor hiccup about dictating content. But I'd like to see a new library or the library branch up and running and everybody able to access it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Kathy. I'm Russ, and it's nice to meet you over Zoom here tonight. And please just let me join in with my colleagues to say thank you for your service on the Friends of the Library. I got a big chuckle out of how it is with organizations and you become president and it seems like it might go on forever. So thank you for your candor. And I was actually going to bring up I think it's fundraising that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You just mentioned the $500,000 for Lakewood Branch, and
Correct.
I have that in the back of my mind as a big deliverable that I
Mm-hmm.
feel a lot of gratitude about. How's that going?
Well, we're working now toward fundraising. We usually have a tip jar at each sale, and we say that's for the branch library. It's helping immensely that we can tell people, okay, this is where the site of it is going to be. It's going to be the site that's going to be reconditioned. It's going to be in North Sunnyvale because we've identified that as a dead area. So that is amazingly helpful. We see a lot of people who are like, well, when are you going to redo this library? We're like, soon. We'll get the branch first. But the amount of interest that we have from people is just phenomenal.
Excellent. Thank you, Kathy, for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Kathy, good to see you again. I miss going to the meetings. Yeah, but I wish I could go to the meetings if you change the date from council meetings. But I know that's hard to change.
All over Zoom now. This is my normal Zoom background for our Zoom meetings. Our board meetings actually tomorrow night.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, well, yeah, we're in a 5-hour long interview process, so of course,
oh my goodness.
But really appreciate you applying. I'm so happy to see you apply after many discussions of trying to get you applied in the past. But really just want to know kind of what you think the policy direction should be of the city when it comes to the library. Is the priority the renovation of the main library? Is the priority certain services you want to see change? What do you think is the priority in your first 4 years if appointed?
I would think that the branch library should get priority first. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed at the main library and refurbish the facilities, but that's going to take a long time to do. It's going to be easier to get the new site up and running because we'll be able to put it in place, conditioned, earthquake safe, disability access, kid friendly. We'll be able to do that rather than redo a lot of the things at the main library easily.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we still have a few minutes left if you have any questions for council, and you might have several answers, but go ahead.
Not at the current time. I'd like to thank you for considering my application.
Okay.
If anyone has any questions for me.
So I think we've all asked our questions. So Kathy, I just want to thank you for your interest. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. But I definitely appreciate you being here tonight.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening.
Okay. Good to see you. Have a good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Okay. So at this time, we will now be taking a recess and we will reconvene at 6:45 p.m. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if you're ready, we'll bring the next panelist in.
Absolutely.
The next applicant.
Thank you.
Give us just a moment for them to rejoin. Fortunately, it looks like they're in some limbo here, leaving the attendee list, joining as a panelist. Give us just a moment.
Okay.
So Mahir, give me another try at promoting you to panelist. That way we'll be able to have you share your video and audio. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'm here. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Thanks.
Oh, hi.
Thanks for joining us tonight. I just want to take a moment to explain the process. And each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to take 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind when you're answering our questions. First up is Councilmember Dean.
I'm here. First of all, I'm really glad to see you applying. I saw in your application, you were class of 2017 at Cornell, and I was class of 2019, so it's great to see a fellow Cornellian. I think, one question I want to start out with is, when it comes to the Planning Commission, one thing that's always in conversation is about the type of community we want to build, the kind of developments, what sort of city we want to be. And so I'd just love to hear, in a more general sense, which direction do you want to see the city going in? Do you think we need a lot more development, a lot less development? What kinds of developments, things like that?
All right, yeah. So I think fundamentally, I believe that that people should kind of be free to develop the city to the needs of the people who are living there. And what that kind of means to me right now is I think Sunnyvale is becoming a center for a lot of economic progress, a lot of new technology development, and I think our building and development should reflect that. So part of what the concrete needs, part of what I think are the concrete needs there are, some more housing, mitigating some of the rising housing costs. But I don't think that necessarily means that we have to make it look like San Francisco. I think that there's a lot of practical things we can do. I really like the proposals around ADUs and building more, I guess, n-person households on single-person lots. That was in one of the meetings I attended. So I think we can retain a lot of the really nice character, the surprisingly high walkability of the area, while making it more affordable and more attractive for people who want to live there.
For sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And so I, as well as several other council members, were on the Planning Commission. And one of the things that is really critical is, in my mind at least, is going through those packets, a workable, it's a mixture of advocacy, being on the Planning Commission, as well as following the staff report and what city policy is, and trying to figure out, what the best things to do. So you've attended virtually, I'm assuming, several Planning Commission meetings, council meetings?
Yeah, I've attended some Planning Commission meetings. The first one I went to was a lot more interesting than I expected. In fact, the chief counsel, or the the
chair.
chairman, the chair. He heard my comment about that during the public commission, and he encouraged me to apply. So here I am.
So what did you think about that the planning commission meeting? Because one of the big things from what we're doing as council is that commission, more than any other, actually makes a certain amount of decisions that end at that commission. So I just wondered what you thought of the process, as well as how that commission interplayed amongst itself.
So I actually found the commission was fairly constructive and concordant in how they discussed. I was kind of expecting something to sound a little more combative. The only experience I'd seen before was like the congressional meetings on TV. But one example of a proposal was actually a multi-family homes. And I heard that there was, I heard some concerns about things like open spaces against concerns about, wanting to control for the explosive growth of rent. I was really pleased by the productivity of the discussions there, and that's and about how much they were trying to listen to the staff input on whether or not these policies are feasible given existing building codes, and how we could best, make progress while keeping in that framework. So it's admitted it sounded it sounded kind of slow, but I think that's how we make sure that we don't make really rash decisions. So I'm interested to learn more about that process too.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you for applying. I wanted to ask about, in your application, you made this comment. I think highlighting the facets of commission plans that best align with voter interests would minimize any friction between the commission and city council. And I was just curious if you wanted to expand on that a little bit.
So at least what I heard a lot more agreement within the members of the planning commission. And the reason I included that line is that ultimately, while the planning commission has some discretion, it also ultimately has to leave some decision making up to the city council, a lot of which is elected and therefore represents the interests of voters, as opposed to people who are interested in city planning, which is a different group of people. So I think that making those two, being able to make those two groups kind of see eye to eye would be an important part of making that work successfully. So that's why that's why I wrote that I was interested in that part.
And if you were going to try and make those two groups see eye to eye, what would you suggest how to do
that? So I haven't studied necessarily what the voting issues were. I'd have to look at what the most popular council member policy platforms were, for example. And by looking at that, I think that we could shift some of the, I think that if I were to be giving presentation, I could shift some of the language of the technical language in city planning meetings and make it reflect more of those policy platforms while keeping the underlying policy goals and the truth of the message the same.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying. I'm interested in learning a little bit more about the first Planning Commission hearing that you attended. What was the item, and how did you decide to attend the meeting, and what were your comments?
Oh, wow. Okay. So I won't answer those questions in order, but the reason I decided to attend the meeting was I saw a talk about a book by Eitan Hirsch called Politics is for Power. And I'm engaged in a friend group. We're actively informed about politics, but of course, these are very national issues. And I thought that I could devote the same amount of time that I spend reading national news. If I shifted that to thinking about local issues, I could help affect better changes that affect more people practically. So that drove me to go onto the City of Sunnyvale website and I hopped on the planning commission meeting because that seemed to address a lot of interesting issues. So the 3 issues on the docket that day were, one, about aging in place. So trying to build more housing that would encourage seniors to be able to stay in Sunnyvale, while also addressing concerns that we don't think of, or at least I didn't think of when talking about senior housing, including that, people want to live in diverse communities. People don't really want to live in senior only facilities. And I thought that was interesting. The second one was a proposal to study on ADUs and building duplexes, triplexes on single family lots. That one was attended by, I believe, Livable Sunnyvale. So that had a lot of support from them. I also voiced my support for that study item. And then the last one was about an emergency use parking lot for people who live in RVs and trailers. And I thought all of these issues very interesting because I'd heard various talks and presentations on particular policy items to help alleviate rising rents and rising homelessness, which are very relevant in Sunnyvale. And I thought these proposals were interesting and practical, and often, for at least a couple of them, supported by similar policies done in other cities, either Mountain View, San Jose, or other cities that are kind of showcased as pioneers on housing policy.
Great, thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Mihir. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying to serve on the Planning Commission. Like some of my colleagues here, I used to serve on the Planning Commission long ago before being elected to council. I wanted to zero in on something that you wrote in your application, and you mentioned it briefly just now. It was the notion of moving forward with existing proposals to redevelop available single-family lots into duplexes/triplexes. And I'm sure you remember putting that in your application. And we have a great advocacy group in Sunnyvale. You mentioned their name, Livable Sunnyvale. They've been banging the drum on this for a while. And I'll say I'm concerned about that potential policy, especially in my district, District 4 here in Sunnyvale, that may drive a lot of concern. And I've always talked about upzoning land use along high quality transit corridors, Mihir. And I don't know if you're familiar, we have plans on El Camino near the Lawrence Caltrain station and up in Moffett Park that are in process. So if you had to sort of compare the benefit to the community of upzoning along high quality transit corridors versus shifting R0 zoning to allow for duplexes and triplexes, which one of those two do you think would come out on top?
So first, I'll admit that part of why I'm applying for this commission is I'm not an expert on housing policy. That said, first, I'm not entirely sure that those two things are mutually exclusive, especially given that there is a critical housing shortage in the Bay Area. I think both of those ideas are possible. Granted, there may be a shortage of political will or other factors that make them mutually exclusive. But in that case, the reason why I think I favor at the moment, I could be convinced otherwise, but the reason why I think at the moment I favor the redevelop ADUs, duplexes, triplexes on single family lots is, one, at least according to the Livable Sunnyvale groups, and I think some of the staff at that meeting, there is a lot of single family zoned houses, and not necessarily in those specific areas that you mentioned for upzoning. And two, at least this is more of an intuition perspective. I grew up in an area with a lot of single family homes, but when I was a little kid, and we had a lot of other kids growing up in the same place, we kind of treated all the neighbors' yards as one big property. And I think that's a kind of feel that gets preserved better if you build multiple houses on existing lots than if you build big commercial apartment buildings and reduce the open space available. So those are the reasons why I instinctively feel more comfortable with building bigger houses on existing lots than upzoning in specific areas.
Right on, Mihir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Real quick, because I know we're short on time. Mihir, thank you for applying. Really appreciate it. Just what's your interest and knowledge of the city's current planning process or anything related to bicycle plans in terms of policy? Have you been up to speed on the specific plans or Vision Zero or anything like that?
So I think your volume is a little bit low. I made out, I think I heard a question about bicycle policy.
Just what's been your involvement with the city's planning processes besides the planning commission meetings, and also anything related to transportation policy?
So I'm not too familiar with the planning process, especially outside the planning commission. As far as transportation goes, I have some opinions on a couple of matters relevant to Sunnyvale. I don't know if those are particularly within the planning commission, but I am an active bike rider around Sunnyvale. So one thing I mentioned on my application was, I don't know if this is a particular item, but I noticed that one pain point I have biking around is the lack of a bike lane on a big stretch of El Camino Real, for example. And another one, I think this is more general, is just for example, it's very difficult to get to East Bay without a car, but I don't really know what the specific transportation plans are. I haven't been to those meetings or learned much about that process.
No worries, and just I would encourage you to Google Sunnyvale specific plan or Sunnyvale active transportation plan after this, just so that you can get exposed to kind of some of the policies that City Council has worked on and is working on.
Yeah, I'll make sure to do that. I think sounds like there's some interesting things in the works.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And finally, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Mihir, and thank you so much for applying. It's great to meet you, and I've appreciated your comments so far. It's really been helpful. I have a question. Can you explain how land use applies to achieving our goals in the climate action plan or toward anybody's climate goals in general?
So I think that so the things I know about the climate, which is an issue I'm also pretty I care about from this perspective, is that first of all, that as far as I understand, transport, agriculture, and industry are the biggest contributors to causing climate change. So the way we can redevelop, so land use is very important to that, because we can encourage people to reduce their emissions in those particular areas. So I think the most important ways in which we could redevelop land in these ways are, for example, making walking and biking more practical means of transportation, reducing our dependence on cars, for example. I think that's one important goal with respect to climate. I think another important goal is, I think that relates to the other general goal of trying to reduce or trying to increase the amount of green space that we have, because plants, trees, grass are very good absorbers of carbon. They also make it more pleasant to walk around a city as opposed to drive around. But I think from a planning perspective, those are the two biggest things I can think of, especially in a town like Sunnyvale, where we don't have very much, very dirty factory power plant type of activity going on that we can really control.
Right on. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mihir, I just want to thank you for applying. A final decision will be made on the May 25th City Council meeting, and then the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thank you for joining us, and have a good evening.
Thank you for having me, everyone on the City Council. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. City Clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, we're voting the next candidate panelist. And luckily that was much more seamless.
Hello, Nilo. Hi. Can we hear? Don't hear you.
Okay. Now.
There we go.
Hi, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and a lot of people I know from previous interview. There are some new faces, but thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Neela. Of course, I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, and I'll just take a minute to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, and so please keep that in mind when answering your questions. And I'm up first this time. So I just want to first thank you for reapplying. I know if I remember you here about 4 years ago, and definitely the Planning Commission is one of the harder commissions to get on because there are usually lots of applicants, and most candidates or most appointed planning commissioners end up staying for the 4 years. So, and I think you applied in the middle of that process last time. But I just wanted to conceivably ask you, and for you to refresh my memory, I remember, you had a fairly detailed background on urban design, city planning, but could you tell me more about the environmental protection and development committee that you did in Los Altos, and what your responsibilities were, what decisions were made?
So in Los Altos Hills, it's only residential community, and they are more, their goals are to maintain the city as a rural community. So their goals are completely different. And the major impact was the environment, to maintain that community to be rural. So our goal was to deal with heritage trees, wild animals and wild birds life, wild corridors, water, they have also some water that a lot of, sorry, I mean, it's like I haven't been doing it for a while, for last 2-3 years, but we were trying to go through every development project and make sure that they follow setback rules, they follow the landscape rules, meaning maintaining the heritage trees, maintaining the wildlife corridors, and making sure that those things are maintained, and we would correct it. And also for water, because they have the large amount of lots, so we would make sure that they have they kind of make it a native planting. So those kind of things we did in Los Altos Hills. Yeah.
Fantastic. So there is a lot of comparison to being a planning commissioner. Okay. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hello, thank you for applying to these positions. I just wanted to ask a question about one of the items you had in here. You said there are ways to create space by reconfiguring the train track, and I was just curious what you were envisioning with being able to do that.
Okay, so because since last time I applied, I have been involved in Sunnyvale because I know what's happening, and I know that we have a very difficult way we need to create housing. So the way we are doing the Moffett specific unit plan. So I thought that what are the other creative ways? So the one was that you can, maybe there is a train track which takes a longer route on the near the Sunnyvale downtown side, and maybe we can re-study that area and maybe divide or maybe pass through or cut down some part of the track and use that land to create a whole multi-family unit. So these are like very crazy proposal, but if we need to create more housing needs we need to fulfill, then there are ways that you can do it in studies. We can put that in the studies, and then maybe in 3 years time we may have something.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Nice to meet you again, this time over Zoom. So I appreciate your answers on the planning questions as a former planning commissioner myself. But I noticed you also applied for the Arts Commission. So I want to ask a little bit about that side. I don't want to leave that out. So could you tell us more about your interest in the Arts Commission and what you would personally like to accomplish if you were part of the Arts Commission?
So if I'm a part of Arts Commission, so architecture and art is very much connected to each other. So it's not only aesthetics, beauty, but creating spaces. So I have been involved in local art group since COVID has started, and I have become like photographer. So since then, I have found out that Sunnyvale has a beautiful, like not only the art collections, but we have a large fund, like $500,000. And that is, and there are a lot of projects about wayfinding, our new master plan, civic hall is coming. So I thought there are a lot of ways we can impact through arts. So because you can create a livable community even with arts, interaction, inclusiveness about the different culture through art. So I thought, I mean, I can bring my same experience, not through planning commission, than through arts. So I'm kind of ready for any position this time. So that's
Great. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Neela. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you again, this time over Zoom. And I wanted to say a couple of quick things before I ask my question. And my question, by the way, is going to be about Moffett Park specific plan. But number one, I wanted to say thank you for reapplying, because not everybody can make it across the finish line the first time. So I admire you for that. And the second thing I wanted to say, I don't know if you've been following, but we took a lot of steps at City Council to change how council members are elected with an idea of increasing diversity on the City Council. And I think we may have an opportunity on the Planning Commission as well. So I just wanted to say that. And then just tell me if you've been watching, Neela, the Moffett Park specific plan discussions. What do you think? If you were a planning commissioner, what would you recommend in terms of housing versus office versus sea level rise? Do you have any like real high level thoughts you can share with us?
Yes, I did attend the meeting of council members about the discussion about that part, the first meeting. And then when I attended planning commission meeting, they were discussing, they had to vote on what part of the areas to be included in EIR studies. And so, yeah, I don't have a strong opinion because I still don't have all the information, but I do have an opinion. And the one is that I think what the study has included certain area, which is the south of Matilda, to be included in EIR and focus on residential developments on that side. And I kind of second it because I think that I know that we have a higher demands of housing, but I believe that I don't think we should just go and have a one pony trick and have like, let's just go and build the same or increase the area and make more housing. So I think there is Lockheed on that side, and water, the sea level rise is another issue we have. So I really believe that I don't think we should touch that area and maybe have a different way to develop that, maybe public-private collaboration, something. But so my thing is that, I mean, we should not even look into the going further and expanding our timeline and just focus on this and go forward it. But anyway, that's my opinion. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you, Neela. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hi, Neil. This is fantastic to meet you. I really appreciated the thoughtfulness and length of your application. And you know, I hope that I wish that I had your education of 2 masters and a lot of other degrees. But you know, my mother was actually one of the only women architects in Berkeley a long time ago, and was involved in similar organizations to you. So I appreciate everything you're doing. One of the things that has come to my mind is equity in terms of land use. And so I just wanted to kind of pick your brain and see if there's, you know, you're involved with all the Urban Land Institute, everything. I'm sure they have had workshops on this. How would you approach that if appointed? And how would you be able to help Sunnyvale be able to think concretely about that?
Such an interesting question, and very hard to solve that question, because we have affordable housing, equity in land and in housing. It's so tough because most of the low-income people who are living in Sunnyvale are just working. They don't have enough knowledge to even acquire. We have the mobile park, and there are people who are living there, so they have, but there are other issues. But most of the people, they just work the whole day. They don't have any time to gain the knowledge or even the resources available to even rent, where there is a rent control, or even own the even small house. So I really think that resource like like person to person uh, transformation of information is the probably the going from bottom to top, then top to bottom, because I think Sunnyvale is a very luxuriant community, meaning we have a lot of money, we have businesses, and I think we should take care of our low income group people. And I feel that there should be other approaches to include them in equity. And so that's what some ideas, I don't know
Great.
whether I answer your question, but
no, it does. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello there, and thank you so much for applying. It's been a pleasure to learn from you a little bit about your perspective on these planning commission issues, and just really appreciating your background. I kind of want to jump on that bandwagon and share my appreciation for your experience as well. I wanted to ask you, we touched on it a little bit, the environmental impact, the environmental components of land use and planning, but I wanted you to drill down a little bit more into how we can use land use policy to achieve our climate action goals.
Yes. So land use. Okay. So the major impact we can make is like reducing the transportation, meaning reducing the car connections, the road networks. So, or maybe so that by reducing the connection of roads, we already did kind of reduce the vehicle traffic, and or maybe focusing on to the major connection of El Camino, making sure that it is more efficient, and reducing certain other wider roads to making it lower, and creating more green zone, more dense green zones, just rather than the parks, because we have large parks and they don't like trap enough carbon. So I think I would consider is like creating almost like forests in like certain, maybe three or four parks, converting them into completely like forest, different types of trees. And that can be a part of the, like when we are doing a Moffett Park development plan, maybe we should have along with that a whole creating an area which completely traps all the new development and the carbon emissions. So I think through the future land use control, we can help to reduce the carbon emissions. But I think the other thing is the plane. I mean, we have the plane going through Sunnyvale, and maybe we can reduce, like we can control them. Like, oh, you cannot travel through, or only certain routes are given to you, and then maybe it will cut down the larger emissions of carbon. And maybe that's the land use in air. But well, that's like just again very crazy idea. But I'm just thinking out of my brain anyway. I hope I don't know whether other than that off the head I can't think. Other than that, maybe we can like I think we are doing we have a bike, we focus on pedestrians, we focus on walking, we have the mechanical ways to reduce in our cars. So I mean those are parking reduction or reductions of the hard paved roads could help too. So
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Neela. Thank you so much as well for applying. I think it's great to see more Desis and South Asians applying to take part in our local government. And like some of my colleagues have mentioned, you're clearly extraordinarily qualified. And so we've heard a lot of questions about the Planning Commission and your thoughts on it. But I did want to kind of tap onto what Councilmember Larson mentioned with the Arts Commission as well, because you did apply to that also. And I really liked, some of the things that you were saying about looking at it in terms of spaces. I was curious, would you mind expanding on what metrics and criteria you would use to judge art projects that are brought before the commission?
Okay. I think that is based on our goals of the city. So I think right now the inclusiveness is our goal. So I would find out it's more like a project where the larger community gets involved. Interactive projects, interactive art projects could be one of my top priority on the metrics. And then also I also believe that we should like there are a lot of artists, but there is no way for them to a place to display their art, not just in terms of 2D or 3D art, but like performance art. So I think it's a continuous group in the planning commission or somewhere like a representative in city council who always brings that issue out and bringing out those different participation from an individual level. That will be my second, and then going from that to display and beautifications. So that's the way order I'll go through. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neela. Thank you for your continued interest in applying to our boards and commissions. A final decision will be made on May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the outcome. Thanks
and thank you. No problem. Thank you for talking to all of you. I mean, I know when last time I came, I had know nothing about Sunnyvale. I knew everything about Los Altos Hills. And now I know Sunnyvale like a lot. So, but anyway, my pleasure and for talking with you. Thanks.
Thank you for contributing.
Bye.
Okay, goodbye. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, the next candidate is getting promoted to a panelist. And Martin, it looks like we're almost there. We go.
Yep.
Martin looks ready.
Hello, Martin.
Ready.
How are
Hello.
you doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
Good. So I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to speak and ask you a question. And the interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when you're answering your questions. And first up, we have Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to see you. Thanks for applying. I saw in your application, you wrote, accelerate the feedback loop between the commissions and city council. Would you like to expand on that a little bit?
Sure. So there's a couple. So the one thing that I've kind of noticed when observing boards and commissions is that a lot of times one of the big feedback, a lot of times stuff kind of gets baked in either when the work plan gets finalized or just through the study issue process. And the study issue process, the study issue process is kind of bulky. Like the commissioners, like you end up having the solution, having the study issues get ranked by the commission annually, and then that comes back to the council for council ranking. But it's kind of on more of a longer annual cycle. So what I was thinking, and I'm not sure exactly on the specifics, but what I'd like to see is some more kind of direct ways that boards and commissions could initiate ideas and hopefully get those to council. Maybe on just some more of an accelerated timeline if it's not something big that might require, say, a study issue.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Thanks for applying.
Yep.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Martin. Good to see you. Thank you for applying. I noticed on your application you you mentioned that you have been in the habit of attending planning commission meetings. And it's an unusual habit. I certainly understand it, but there not a lot of other people in the city would have that habit. So I'm sure you're very familiar with a number of the specific plan updates that we have going on right now: El Camino, Lawrence Station, Moffett Park. Could you pick one of those and just give us your thoughts on what the opportunities and challenges are?
Okay, so Moffett Park's fresh in my head because it was before Planning Commission 2 weeks ago. So, the big opportunity there is adding both jobs and a bunch of housing, and hopefully kind of integrated walkable or bikeable communities for, well, like the plan envisioned about 180,000 homes, which would be great. So that's an opportunity we have to add jobs and housing to the city that in land that isn't currently being used and wouldn't require some kind of wouldn't require displacement of existing residents or other issues that you can run into with most of the rest of the city south of 101. But some of the challenges, and the big challenge there is climate change. That's the most low-lying part of the city, and any construction there is going to need to be built in a way that's rigorous, that's going to stand up 30, 50 years from now, hopefully, when I'd hope it doesn't happen, but sea levels are probably going to be a bit higher. Also making sure that they have the relevant transit links to the rest of the city, so people do want to go elsewhere in the city. They're not forced into their cars all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Martin. Great to see you here tonight. And I wanted to quickly acknowledge your work on the redistricting commission, on the charter commission, about what to do with council vacancies. You've made some real heavy lifts, and also with some advocacy groups here in Sunnyvale that I'm not going to name, but you do work as a political director and a parliamentarian. And your attention to detail is something that's very admirable. So I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked a couple of applicants back to the Planning Commission, which is how to increase housing. And I'm a big supply and demand kind of guy. So if you have option A, which is change R0 zoning to allow for duplexes and triplexes in traditional single family zoning areas, and option B is to upzone the zoning along high quality transit corridors like El Camino and Lawrence, which one of those would you choose as your preferred alternatives and why?
So I probably want to dive slightly further into the details just to get an idea of how many houses we're talking about, because if there's a big change, and because if those numbers are vastly different, that would almost certainly outweigh other considerations. But my tendency would honestly be towards option B, upzoning near transit, just because if you're doing that, you're creating a bunch of you're not going to have that many negative externalities. You're more likely to have people continuing to use people in those houses using transit, and hopefully, especially if it's like in Sunnyvale, where a lot of our commercial stuff is kind of near the train station, the Caltrain station, you're hopefully going to have more trips via walking, via cycling, via transit, and you're not likely to kind of increase greenhouse gases as you would if you're upzoning like some insert your favorite neighborhood in South Sunnyvale that's transit link is going to be a bus that you probably have to get to after walking or cycling to some out of the neighborhood, because with a lot of the cul-de-sacs and such in those areas.
Got it. Hey, thanks for sharing, Martin.
Yep.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Martin, thanks for applying, and really great to see your application. I'll keep it quick. I really appreciated your answers in number 5, I think it was, about the procedural fairness. And something I've always heard during these commission interviews is the idea of advocacy versus the actual scope of the commission. And so just wanted you to kind of have a chance to iterate your response to the what skills or attributes can you bring to this board or commission, where you talked about procedural fairness and systems and thinking in that method.
Right. So the way I see it is that we've established through various processes, policies that we're expecting applicants to conform with, and we don't necessarily. And I might think it would be a good idea if we change these policies, and there's certainly room for advocacy through there. So, as mentioned, the study issue process and such. But while we have the current policies in place, it's fair to expect that if people play by the rules, then they would have their application granted. Or alternatively, if they came up with something that does not meet existing planning standards, that it would not be granted. And one thing that I think is important is, and I think it's important, and I like the way Sunnyvale does this generally, is to more or less say that we have fairly clear standards and processes, and we're not going to subject your application to a bunch of very arbitrary discretionary reviews, because I've seen, we've seen this in other cities, that can lead to businesses or similar just getting discouraged and not building, because even though they met all of the standards, they got sucked into a discretionary whirlpool, and by the time they got out, it wasn't worth it anymore.
Great, thank you so much, Martin.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi, Martin. It's nice to see you here. Thank you so much for applying and for taking the time to talk to us. I know you're a really busy guy, doing a lot for the city of Sunnyvale always. And so I kind of wanted to, on question 13, when you're asked to consider social, economic, and environmental issues when reviewing proposals, I really interested in that access piece. How do we, as we're continuing to build out or create more opportunities for people to live in Sunnyvale, how are we keeping a mind to equity as we do that?
So there's a couple elements. The first one that I was kind of addressing more directly is just kind of from a safe routes to schools perspective, just making sure that you can, and which does turn into an equity issue ultimately when you're talking about having routes to schools, routes to commercial sites that don't necessarily require owning a car, because cars are expensive. I love my car, but but between gas and registration, that's not super cheap. The other thing we want to make, it also means, so we want to have our land use oriented in a way that allows people to be able to get to their schools in a way that that's not going to lead to them needing a car to get to live their life, especially if they don't or can't drive for whatever reason, including economics, and also so they don't get hit by cars while trying to do that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Martin. Thank you so much for applying, and as well, just thank you for all the service that you do for the city and all the work that you put in. Your face has become a very familiar face, I think, for many of us. So I definitely speak for everyone when I say how much I appreciate it. My question, I think we've heard a lot about sort of going into the weeds with these different policies. So I'm curious, on a more macro level, when it comes to the Planning Commission, obviously it sometimes acts as a space that's a conduit to really intense discussions about the city. And you'll see a lot of sometimes even controversial issues come before the council, or if not necessarily controversial, at least contentious. So I'm curious what your personal framework is for navigating sort of contentious issues and having different viewpoints coming there, converging, and how you balance between them.
So the first thing I believe in is making sure to hear everybody out. So if there's different positions, I want to make sure I hear them, I consider their points, and as long as they're not like slinging personal insults at each other, I think it's important to hear everybody out. That being said, once I have heard everybody out, it's worth considering what the argument. I guess when it gets to the merits of the arguments, we're looking at how they conform with our existing policies and procedures and metrics, and evaluating them primarily, I'd say, on that basis of just, is this argument consistent with city policy and precedent, or is this argument and this actually kind of reminds you of something that came up at the last commission hearing, like there's an argument that this might be equitable, but it's also completely against policy. And if that was the case, then I think there'd be room to discuss like a study issue, or bring up to council members that, hey, this policy doesn't really seem to make sense. But at the same time, it wouldn't be a reason to vote just because I think it would make more sense than the existing policy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And I have a quick question. So first, I want to thank you for your work on the the initial district committee, and your input in general, as far as you have a very good attention to detail. I did have a question that one of your answers talked about. We should be ensuring that the current vacant land, including new vacancies like the Fry site, be developed in a way that reflects the community needs and demands consistent with the current city policies. And I wanted just to make sure that you understand the kind of difference between policies and zoning, and kind of what your take on that is, because there's a slight difference there.
Yeah. I'm kind of think about it in terms of like what documents I'd be looking at to go through it. So like the zoning, so like our city zoning kind of outlines, here's like this area might be zoned R1 or whatever. And that's kind of a general statement of, and it can be a pretty specific statement of what the desired land use for that area is. Whereas kind of on a more policy level, we have the definitions for, like what is R0, what is R1, et cetera. But we also have kind of more general, we also have the kind of more general stuff of both the procedural stuff of like, this is how you bring something to the city planning to get their building permit, but also kind of the more general land use policy, our more general land use policies with kind of our bigger vision for the city and how everything fits together.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And, thanks again for applying. Let me explain. Well, let me go ahead and say, the final decision will be made on our May 25th council meeting. The city clerk will then, contact you afterwards to tell you the final outcome. But I just really want to appreciate you for applying for this and being such a big part of our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's great actually being able to see you all like with my actual face for the first time in like 14 months.
Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
Have a good evening.
You too.
City Clerk, are we ready for our next candidate? Don't hear you, David. No.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next applicant hasn't joined, and I left them a voicemail. The applicant Donna, I just got off the phone with her. She will be joining us momentarily.
Okay.
So if you want to take maybe a 2-minute recess to give her an opportunity to join, or
that sounds good. So we'll
take a recess
for 2 minutes, and then we'll see which applicant is here.
Mr. Mayor, we have applicant Donna Mason joined and ready to interview.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening, rather, everyone.
Hi, Donna. So I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question, and the interview is scheduled for 15 minutes. So please keep that in mind when you are answering your questions. So first up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Donna. I'm Gustav. Nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying. So I understand you're applying for the Parks and Rec Commission, and just wanted to give you a chance to, could you tell us a little bit about your experience with parks in Sunnyvale, the rec programs, what you think we're doing well, and opportunities where we could improve?
Well, first of all, it's very nice to meet you, and hello to everyone. So as almost a Sunnyvale resident my entire life, I've definitely been a part of the Parks and Recreation department for a good 20, 30 years. And in that time, I've used classes, whether it be the gymnastics classes, theater classes, swimming lessons. Really, I became who I am in part because of my time with the Sunnyvale Parks and Recreation Committee. And in that Parks and Recreation Department, rather. And in that, I really mean, even as a kid, my father worked a lot. I was very blessed in the sense that for part of the time, my mom was a stay-at-home mother, and she would take us to the parks, whether it was Ortega Park, Sarah Park, any park in the local area. That's really where we spent our time. And so because I've spent so much of my time, whether it's in classes and even as an adult, I think I mentioned this in the application, I've taken dance classes, language classes. The city has definitely been an integral part of my development, not just in childhood, but as I've gone through life. I feel like now that I have children, it's time for me to give back. I've definitely used the facilities for my kids, again, whether it be the parks or the classes, whether it's the gym kids classes, teaching my kids how to swim, whatever it may be. I've definitely used these resources. And because of that, I want to have some type of input and help research how it could be optimal for the next generation, not just for Sunnyvale residents, but also say for those that live in surrounding communities, that perhaps their cities that do not offer ample resources, they come and look at Sunnyvale for ways that they can enrich their lives, whether it be their families' lives, if they're older adults, their lives as well, whether it's with a partner or without a partner. I definitely want this city to be able to cater to all those around and really be a community in that sense, be inclusive and make sure that everyone has a chance to be able to use the facilities and the different offerings. What I would say the city is great about is having so many different resources. Like I said, I've used the resources ever since I was a child, whether it's the camps, the classes, the parks, whatever it may be, even the programming that you've had in the parks, I've been blessed to be able to use. I think one area where we as a city could improve is more marketing, getting more people involved, getting a more diverse group of people really knowing what the city offers and then bringing them out and having them use the various city offerings. I definitely seen in the past where Sunnyvale has started to have more family programming. One way that it's advertised is through the library, but I think we need to do more than that, is just make it more mass marketing. So people, especially because Sunnyvale, it does cater to families that may be here for work. Some stay here long-term, others do not, but for as long as they're here, they definitely need an outlet. And now with COVID, thank God, becoming a little bit better in terms of the way it's handled by society and people being vaccinated, families and just individuals in general, they're excited to be able to get out and use our facilities. And so it's really publicizing what this city has to offer and publicizing it in a way that all sorts of diverse people hear about it and we're able to build a really inclusive community.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your interest in taking your participation to the next level.
Definitely.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Donna. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom here tonight. And thank you so much for applying to the Parks and Rec Commission. Reading your application and listening to your words just now, I really pick up the passion and accumulated experience personally and a desire to move things forward. I'm going to ask you to circle back after this meeting with the city clerk, at least on my copy of your application, the questions about, are you a currently registered voter and when was the last time you voted, just didn't come through on my copy. So I'll ask you to circle back to the city clerk and then he can relay your responses to the full city council. And I wanted to ask specifically about your experience attending a meeting of the city council board or commission. Loved your response. And can you just connect the dots for me, Donna? Was your experience attending Parks and Rec Commission or city council?
No.
Sort of, what was the topic that they discussed, please?
Sure. So certainly this was several years ago, actually pre-COVID for sure. And I just happened, a friend of mine was going for a particular reason and asked that I join. And at the time I was single. So I said, sure, why not? And come. So I was only there for the open session part of it. I meandered in and out, but what I noticed about the way it was handled, it was very structured and very organized. People had a time to speak. There was a lot of time. Everything stayed on focus. That I thought was great. As I mentioned in my application, one area that I thought just in terms of improvement, especially now having a family here in city, is publicizing this more to the public. I feel that many people don't really understand what the city government does on many different levels. And so it'd be great if there was more advertisement to those that maybe are curious or maybe want to have a stake in what's going on. I was in attendance for a hearing, another one that comes to mind for the downtown area. I know that, before Whole Foods and AMC came, there was some talk about, okay, what are we going to do there? And there's so many different proposals, so many ideas. But again, if you're not in the know, you wouldn't know to attend. And I just happen to have that social capital. I just happen to have friends that knew about it and said, hey, why don't you come along? And I said, okay. But my point with that, and I mentioned it again in my application, is maybe advertising in areas where that you have a larger mass of people. So for instance, religious institutions or plazas where people go shopping or out to dining when that was a thing. And hopefully it becomes a thing again, where we're able to go back and dine more easily. But nonetheless, my point is, I just think that there needs to be some more advertisement in terms of what the city does, the different facets of the city, whether it's the city council, the various commissions. I think that people that are not in the know just don't know about it. Right. And then that's what I would say. And I think it takes a savvy person or a person that has time to do the research and say, and figure out, oh, there is a Parks and Recs commission. Oh, there is a library commission or the Heritage Parks Commission. Like, people just don't know. And I think as a city, just making it more accessible would be better, right? You get more buy-in from residents.
Excellent, Donna. Excellent. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, Donna, thank you for applying. First off, you have an amazing last name, I say. But really quickly, I really like what I'm hearing about, cultural inclusion in terms of park programming, but also thinking about the equity landscape of land use. It's actually really interesting that you're talking a lot about land use. How are built environments configured? You're also talking about, obviously, you have a degree in communication, so using that to figure out the marketing side. So the question is really just, as a Parks and Recs commissioner, how would you think about policy on those regards of land use for how parks are oriented, where they're oriented, et cetera? And also the inclusion idea, it's not only inclusion of ethnicity, obviously, it's other, like you mentioned, religion, et cetera. But how do you think about policy? Have you been able to read up on anything like that?
I mean, as far as the policy is concerned, there certainly has to be a good amount of research that needs to be done to figure out who are our constituents and how can we best serve them. And so that's the first focus, is figuring out who do we plan to serve. And then second from there is, how do you get the optimal service in the sense of getting, as you mentioned, not just ethnically diverse, but also, I was thinking having more events or more programming for those that serve our country, having more for them on whether they're able to use the parks or the Sunnyvale Community Center, whatever it may be, is figuring out, okay, how are we able to distribute the certain resources we have so that various groups not only are able to use said resources, but are able to then be able to introduce, their background or whatever it is they're promoting to the general masses. So it's really doing that research, speaking to residents, and also doing a lot of polling, figuring out what do our residents want and how can we best serve them. It's my understanding, and forgive me, I don't have a background in land use, but it's my understanding we don't have that many more parks or open space that we can create. I mean, that's kind of already set out. But it's more figuring out, okay, with what we have now, how can we make it optimal? There are so many different parks in the city. How can we get more groups to be able to use them? As I mentioned, having more cultural fairs. One thing that I've noticed in Cupertino that brought the whole city together was having a big fair revolving around food trucks. People love food, especially from different types of cuisine, and then maybe partnering that with entertainment or music. So you get the whole city out. You get people coming out of their houses, meeting their neighbors, being able to feel as though, okay, I don't have to just stay in the confines of my own area. I can certainly use the resources that are out here. And it builds a sense of community. And that community, it certainly, it trickles out in the sense of neighbors watching out for one another. You get to know your neighbors better. You get to know, you have more of a sense of pride in your community. And, being on Nextdoor, being on these different apps and hearing about the crime rate and what's going on, it gets people more vigilant for one another. So I think the Parks and Recreation is integral in terms of just building community within our city, building community within our residents, and then our residents being able to collaborate in different facets of city life. Does that answer your question?
I think that answers the question. Fantastic. Thank you. And I also appreciate the night market put on by the Cupertino Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Yeah, and I feel like Sunnyvale, we have so many things that we can do to market, just especially, thank God COVID is coming to an end. People are getting vaccinated. Yes, we certainly need to keep up all the precautions, but at some point, life is going to go back to what it was, in the sense that, COVID isn't going to be a part of our day-to-day lives. And it would be great to have residents coming out of their house, especially when you think about the city. And, from what I understand, all the housing that's being built, we're not really building single family homes anymore. Condominiums are being built. Townhouses are being built. So there isn't all this space. People need open space. And it's one way of bringing people together, is having programming in the parks, in addition to all the different classes that the city offers, which, by the way, is very extensive and I appreciate as a resident.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Donna. It's nice to meet you, and thank you so much for applying. I was going to ask you about kind of your, what happened at the last council or commission meeting you went to, and some more about what you feel about current issues, and you kind of answered them for me. So I wanted to maybe give you another opportunity, like, what do you think is the current biggest issue with the parks in Sunnyvale, and how can we address it?
That's a great question. First of all, I just want to say I really have a lot of respect for you. I know that you being, you're also you're a Homestead High grad, you're from Sunnyvale as well. It's very hard for most people to be able to be raised in the city and somehow end up living here just because of a lot of economic factors. And, I wish, it's on the periphery, but that's definitely something that I feel our city needs to maybe figure out even more, is how do we get those that are being raised in the city currently, if they want to stay here, being able to live here. That's a whole other discussion. But to answer your question, just about the Parks and Rec and what I see as an issue going forward, I think one issue is definitely the fact that in some ways Sunnyvale it's a transient community, in the sense that you have a lot of people coming here for tech. Some are coming from other countries, from other areas. They stay here. Some come when they're single, some will have a family here, but a lot, after several years, they leave. And so it's one issue that I see is, how do we build that sense of community while people are here in Sunnyvale? I'm part of different moms groups, and even within my moms groups, within my close circle of friends, there's a number of stay-at-home moms that are not from this area to begin with. They came here from another state, and they're here because of work, or in some cases a different country. Most of them are stay-at-home moms for one reason or another. They're not working while they're in Sunnyvale. And so it's having programming that includes them, having programming that they're able to find a sense of community, find friendships while their husbands are out at work. So that's definitely something that's important to me, is having more programming for the mothers, for those with small families, because I think that that's certainly something that needs to be addressed. Additionally, I would say, again, and I think I touched upon this earlier, having more diverse set of programming for those in the city, and to be able to introduce us to other ethnicities, other heritages, other cultures, being able to use this open space that Sunnyvale has so much of, and having program, like I said, honoring those that have served or those that are currently serving, having some type of programming for Native Americans, really just having more diversity in programming, so that children, adults, and everyone in between is exposed to what a beautiful society and community we have here in Sunnyvale. I hope did that answer your question?
Thank you so much for your answers, and right on. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Donna.
Hi.
Thank you as well for applying. And honestly, I think what you were saying right there about people moving back to the city, people who were born in the city, and then having kids here, building community, it definitely speaks to my soul. I know my sister actually just moved back to Sunnyvale as well for the same reason. So we've had a really robust discussion thus far. A lot of the questions and thoughts I had have already been asked. So I don't have any follow-up questions, but thank you so much for applying.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And finally, we have Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much for applying, but in the interest of time, I don't have any additional questions to ask.
I apologize if I've rambled, but really at the end of the day, I'm someone that has used the Parks and Rec facilities and programming ever since I was a young child, and I would love to be able to give back in a capacity. I'm great with research. I love speaking to others. I love being just very, very diligent in terms of research, whatever it is. I'm the person that will scrutinize and spend so much time figuring out what's best. And so thank you so much for even giving me this chance to speak to each of you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and I didn't think it was rambling. I thought you've been giving very, expansive, passionate answers to the questions. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Donna, I just want to thank you for applying. You definitely gave great answers, very detailed answers, and being a longtime resident, have a lot of feelings about our city. So I just want to say that our final decision will be made on our meeting of May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Perfect. Thank you all for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, so just an update. Applicant Arlen Dave is going to join us tomorrow night at 10:15 for a rescheduled interview. And we have Shandor Vector has joined as a panelist. And once we get his video, or once we get their video and audio on, we'll be ready for the interview.
Hi.
Hi, Shandor. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. Welcome.
Hi, Larry.
Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering questions. And first up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Shandor, I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you for applying to serve on a multitude potentially of commissions. I really appreciate
very
your
open-minded.
Awesome. I have you down. You listed number 1 as Parks and Rec. So I'm going to ask you about that. It's been about a decade since my kids were 3 and 5 years old, but I sure do remember going to parks a lot. So be totally honest with us, Shandor. What do you like, or what do you need to see different or more of as the parent of young kids in Sunnyvale Parks?
So, I mean, my perspective is very much from the parent of young kids who also lives downtown. You know, one of my main knocks on this area, and I chose this and I love the area, but we just don't have any parks nearby. And so I've gone to like the developer meetings for downtown. I've tried to get them to put parks in. I think I've even hassled Larry about this and tried to see what parks we can put in, you know, in Ellis, but it looks like they're turning that into a parking lot. But even, you know, given what we have at Ellis, like, oh, can we make it more accessible, right? Because when you have little kids, right, it's a pain to go anywhere, right? And so having something you can walk to is amazing. So actually, before we moved to Sunnyvale, we lived in Palo Alto, and there's pluses and minuses there. But one of the things that I really did love was that pretty much anywhere in that city, you can walk to a park. It's not always the greatest park. It's not always like earth shattering, but there's something that you can get to within like half a mile-ish walk, which is achievable even with little kids. And so I think that kind of a vision would be pretty nice. You know, when I walk around my area, I look and I say, oh, this is a nice little stand of trees. Is it possible maybe we could put like a little playground or a park here? Like even, you know, by Home Depot, there's a little park across the street. It's not earth shattering, but for the parents who are in that neighborhood, I bet that they go there all the time because it's convenient, right? Convenience really above all else is, you know, what gets you there. Yeah, that's that's generally my perspective there. We like going to the other ones too. You know, on our longer excursions, we'll go to, I don't know, Braley or Las Palmas, or, you know, as we expand our radius. But
excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much for sharing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Shandor, and really appreciate you applying to multiple commissions. It shows the dedication to just being wanting to serve. So really appreciate that. I really liked your answers in the sustainability section, and so I wanted to ask you what your understanding of climate action and the city of Sunnyvale's involvement is. You noted that you've been to 2 commission meetings. I don't know if you've been to that commission.
No, not to that one.
Yeah, but just they just so you know, they host workshops, they invite guest speakers, and so just wondering what your involvement with climate kind of type of advocacy or policy or just programming in the city of Sunnyvale that you've been exposed to that you could talk about.
So mostly it's just from personal experience, you know, trying to more greenify our housing. You know, we leveraged all the credits you can get, you know, we converted, you know, insulation. That's like Bay Area. I mean, there's green energy, and like that's one aspect of that is converting to green power sources. But you know, like with recycling, there's reduce, reuse, recycle. So reduce is number one. So things like insulation, you know, can actually knock down a lot more of energy use than other things. So we did that after we moved in. Then we got more efficient, HVAC kind of stuff. And then we got solar panels this past year. It's been very busy. But, whenever I've been doing this, I've looked into like, what are the local policies, and then what are the, regional or state or government, broader policies. And a lot of that stuff is geared towards people like me, right, who can afford it. And I count myself very fortunate that I can do that. So when I think about trying to push policy further, for me, it's a question of like, how can you make it so that people who aren't in this position can also benefit from this and can also have the option to support it? So like if you wanted to do community-based solar, like, is that an option? I'm not actually aware of it. I looked into it for Sunnyvale, but as of when I did it, I didn't see that as something where you could say, oh, I'm going to, maybe my house, you can't put solar panels on. Maybe I live in an apartment and I can't put solar panels on it. But is there a way I can direct my funding towards pushing these things forward? So yeah, basically most of my experience on the policy side is just what has affected me and how is it, what are the options available here? But I think, what I'd like to think about further is like, if we're going to push this along, you need to really get everybody involved. And so how can we as a city do that?
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello there. Thank you so much for applying, and it's great to meet you this nice evening. It's very nice outside, and howdy neighbor, also downtown resident.
You're in Heritage District.
Yep, that's right. So welcome here. And I noticed here that you said that you found it easy to go to the meetings, and I wanted to hear more about how those meetings went and kind of what was discussed.
Yeah, so again, this is pre-COVID days. One of the things that I find most effective is if I want to see something happen, is to go there and talk to people, because it's just much more effective for me personally. I think other people can find communicating over Zoom more effective than me, but I think you can just have more in-depth conversations. And that's one of the things I really enjoyed about, for example, Larry's things downtown, which are separate from the meetings, but still part of the interaction of government with, let's say citizens, but it's not quite the role, the right word. I'm a citizen of Sunnyvale. But one of the things I liked about being able to go to meetings is that you can see what's happening and you can participate. There's time allotted if you have a pet issue, and I think my pet issue was like something to do with parks, actually. And you can present it and you can try to get it out there. But the issue that I had is like, okay, I've said this, I've gotten some feedback. What's the next step I can take? Right. And so trying to figure out like, how do you, go from idea to like first contact to like, okay, well, if I want to make this happen, who do I talk to? And, just what are all the connections you need to make? And I think that's something that we could do better from my limited experience, but, that could be better enabled through those settings. Because if you do that, then you really leverage, the broader capabilities of your citizenry rather than just having it all lie on the board members.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer.
Okay, thank you. And then you, in your application, you talk about from a bicycle standpoint. So I'll focus on the BPAC. You talk about convenience and safety from a biking standpoint. Mm-hmm. What bike infrastructure changes would you like to see to focus on convenience and safety?
So I will describe my ideal bike commute. Like, it's a bike commute where you don't have to use your hands, right? And what that means is, you have enough space and you don't have to be constantly vigilant to vehicles. And so if you can do that, then I think there's a lot of potential to really improve, the willingness of people to bike commute. One of the things I've seen that works really well is bike boulevards. Again, I lived in Palo Alto. I biked to campus all the time back in the day. And, you get onto a bike boulevard and it's not like people can't drive on the streets. It's just, you selectively throw up bollards so that you can actually, a bike can pass through, but cars don't. So it just discourages people from using them as thoroughfares. And I think there's a lot of places in the city where we could do that. Not as many as I would like, because, when I look at a map of Sunnyvale, so much of it is just, cul-de-sac city. So that's the other thing that I would really love, but probably is never going to happen, is if there's ways to actually increase like cut throughs. So, rather than having to go out and bike on El Camino to get somewhere, or bike on Fair Oaks, if you can take advantage of, natural things like, all the drainage paths, they're beautiful, right? I mean, as beautiful as a drainage ditch is going to be, but you can actually see wildlife, and you have large areas that are available, for walking or for biking. And so leveraging things like that, it's like, we don't have a lot of space in the city, right? And we actually have, a lot of the roads are already kind of hard to change, but this is something that we can change. And so things like that make it so that now you're biking somewhere, and it's not an ordeal, right? You don't have to, you can go there, you could have a conversation and just not have to worry about like, oh, is this guy going to cut me off? Is he taking a right turn here or not, right? As a veteran bike commuter, I'm very attuned to this stuff, but not everybody is. And I think, I'd like to open it up to, biking with my kids somewhere in a way that I don't have to constantly be on my guard for like everybody doing everything.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Councilmember Dean. Up to you.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, my internet was acting a little funny, so had to turn off my video for a second. But I was actually also going to build upon bike infrastructure. And I was just curious, are there any sort of specific pieces of infrastructure you would like the city to start incorporating more into its bike routes?
I mean, the one thing I was just jumping on was like, leveraging the creeks, right? You have these creeks and they have wide paths next to them, right? I don't know why they're not used for bike paths right now. I know, again, when I lived in Palo Alto, they were experimenting with this on like a 1 block length of it. And there's conflict, right? People who live on the side of them might not want it, but are there, what are the pros and what are the cons? Can you actually convince people that this will be a nice asset even for them? So they can better enjoy the scenery. One of the big knocks I have on the peninsula is that we concreted up all of our creeks, so you can't enjoy them, right? You just it's just a ditch to get water to the ocean. So that's one thing. Beyond that, like more dedicated bike trails, I think would be pretty tough to do. Evelyn is not a pleasant road to ride down. It's not notably unsafe, but like more separated bike lanes would be amazing. Again, this falls into the hands-free bike commuting. Like, can I just go along and not have to worry about somebody not paying attention? Yeah, I mean, that's mostly just from my experience. And I'm sure if I biked around the city a bit more, I would have even more opinions on specifics.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for applying to the different commissions. So I wanted to ask, if you got onto any of the boards and commissions, what would be success for you? Not success of the board or commission, but success of your participation on them.
Feeling like I was helpful, really. If there are people who have, I have my pet projects, of course, and I'd like to at least explore in greater depth whether or not, those can happen, but also just, trying to see what other people's needs are and see what I can do to make things happen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And finally is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, first of all, are you familiar with Sunnyvale's active transportation plan?
Maybe.
It's okay if you're not.
I went to a meeting that was at like a little bit over a year ago in the library. And
okay, that's fine. Then
circling lots of intersections.
Then I'll just ask, based on your personal experience as a longtime bike commuter, can you point us to some specific pain points that you experience that you'd like to see improved?
Like connectivity to what you call the Stevens Creek Trail, right? It's not bad, right? In that you can get to it from a lot of places, but again, making it so it's easy, right? There's one spot, like if you go up Evelyn to get on Stevens Creek, you got to kind of cross traffic in a weird way. It's just not a pleasant experience. And then getting back onto Evelyn, it's also, it's busy, right? And if you're dealing with commute traffic, that's not great either. So if there was a magical way we could take Evelyn and take like 5 feet from Caltrain and turn it into a bike lane, two-way bike lane, I would be, over the moon for that. Let's see, other yes, the question was specific infrastructure, yes?
Just specific pain points, but actually, in the interest of time, since I think we're kind of out of time, we'll just leave it there. But thank you for your answer. That was really helpful.
Thank you. So Shandor, I just want to say, and actually touch base with me at a later date, and we can talk about Stevens Creek Trail and Evelyn Trail at some point in the ATP. But I want to thank you for your interest. A final decision will be made at our May 25th council meeting, and a city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration. I mean, I ticked a lot of boxes because I mostly want to get involved.
That's fantastic.
If you're long enough, I want to participate.
Great.
All right.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
I believe we're scheduled for a break.
Oh, yes, we are. Sorry, my script is off kilter at this point. Okay, so at this time, 8:16, we will take a quick recess and reconvene at 8:30. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Have a good break.
Mr. Mayor, the next applicant is on. If you're ready for the next interview, I'll promote them to the panelist role.
Okay. Let's reconvene. Hello, Ravi.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Thanks for being here. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein. I'll take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have the opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind when answering the questions.
Yes.
First up is Council Member Fong.
Yeah, hi Ravi, and great to meet you. Glad to see you applied to multiple commissions. So it sounds like you're interested in just serving, right?
Yes, absolutely. It is my city. I think it's my responsibility, and I love to kind of participate and support. Yeah.
That's great to hear. So just wanted to focus in on the Parks and Rec Commission. So kind of what has been your experience with the actual commission meetings, and just anything that you've learned, whether you attended one or you have gone to a park program and seen it at work?
Yeah, so coming to parks, right? I mean, I extensively use the parks, and I have in the past experience with the landscape part of the one of the biggest homeowners association. And as far the park and recreation programs are concerned, here, I mean, I live on Fremont Avenue, and I walk to the city council office over there too, right? So there are events all the time, and I go and participate as there too, right? Be it a 4th of July, or be it various events, right? Arts and Commission, which happens in the parks, right? I do attend some of those. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, Ravi. It's nice to meet you this evening. And thank you so much for applying and for sharing your materials with us. I'm really glad that, I had the chance to review them. And I just wanted to ask you, what are some of the ways that we can leverage our park resources to confront the climate crisis?
Yeah, I feel that coming to the climate, be it let's say for example drought, right? California has been hit with drought for many years, and now it is good, but we don't know what will happen, right? The park requires water and keeping it green and everything. As far as our park resources are concerned, I think we need to kind of plan it much better way, or maybe look at water conservations and other techniques to kind of see, right, and apply some new technologies and various things to kind of see how we can support the parks and keep it green and landscape and make it more usable for the residents.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Ravi. Thank you as well for applying, and also for applying to so many commissions. I think it really shows how much you want to serve the city, and I appreciate that. I think one thing I wanted to ask about is, in your answer to the question on the Parks and Rec Commission, you mentioned a lot about different capital improvements and sort of built infrastructure improvements you would like to see. I'd love for you to expand on it a bit and talk about, what kind of physical infrastructure changes you want to see, why you would like to see them, and just expand in general and whatnot.
No, it's a great question. Thank you for asking that one. Due to the pandemic, as you can see, parks are being used. In fact, I myself and my kids and family use it extensively. Earlier, we just used to go for a walk and everything, but now we go there and spend a lot of time. So that means be it picnic area, be it play area, right? Some of them are deteriorating, some of them needs replacement. And also with the latest technology and other things, right? I think we could do better, right? In modernizing it and improvising it, right? We being the heart of Silicon Valley, right? Like I said, the picnic areas and including the lights and and play areas too as well too, right? And also I noticed that there are, because of the COVID, lots of the increase in pet owners as well too. I think we should improve, make some facilities, some things for the pets as well. and restrooms have been used extensively now because the usage of the parks have been increased. That needs to be improved too. And in the restrooms also, we can adopt some kind of conservation, putting there are various things that we can use techniques or other things to improvise, modernize, and upgrade, so that residents feel more welcome and use it, right? So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question. And so I really like the idea that you're, want to bring creative ideas to the different boards and commissions that you've applied for. So that's fantastic. From a bike infrastructure standpoint, and, as far as your use of the bike trails and bike paths within Sunnyvale, what would you like to see? What innovative ideas would you like to put out there?
Yeah, I mean, there is already a bike path is there, and right, there is always some improvements can be done, but I think with the COVID over the last 1.5 year or so, right, and even before also, right, there is a large bicyclist around there, right. Maybe we should kind of more focus on wellness in terms of, maybe we could identify some of them as healthy streets, where properly built bike lanes and everything, so that it encourages people to use those lanes, right? And also one more thing is maybe a digital bike map, right? Where the map can tell where you need to go cautiously, and where there are so you can bring some technology and also the health in a mix, kind of try out some pilots programs as well. Not only here, I'm sure, I travel a lot, let's say for example Europe, or in Singapore and various places. There are a lot of smart cities, and there are a lot of smart ways to do it, right. And again, right, my focus will be more on focus on the health and safety, and bringing digital together and come up with some programs to kind of support that.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for applying to the different commissions. You've applied to 4 different ones, but you indicated you haven't attended any meetings. So can you tell me how you think you're going to be able to help those meetings?
One of the reasons I applied for the multiple is that because I'm passionate about each one of them. I know, I mean, I'm trying to look for at least I can get in at least one of them to kind of help and support, right? So I know, I mean, I've been part of in the North Homeowners, I mean, in the Homeowners Association boards, and also in the PTA board. I do know how the board works, and the commitment is required, and how it functions, and some of the the roles and responsibilities, and how we can contribute in shaping the policies and other things, right? So these are all something favorite and close to my heart, be it a sustainability and be it a heritage, even heritage too, right? There are things happening in Sunnyvale, and city is really rapidly growing too, right? There are things we can do and bring some ideas and etc., right? So that's kind of a background, and how if I were to get selected for any one of them, right, how I can kind of contribute and participate.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying. I wanted to ask a follow-up on heritage, because I think the question about why you were interested in various commissions may have been a little bit cut off. So your answer for the other commissions was there, but not for heritage. So could you say more about your interest in the Heritage Preservation Commission, and what part of Sunnyvale you find unique, the heritage that you would like to help preserve?
Yeah, just a pretty context to that too, right? Looking at the history of Sunnyvale, right? It was an orchard fruit. That's where it all started, and somewhere in the middle, right? With the Moffett field coming to picture, it became a technology base, and since then it has been evolving and home to many technology companies. And even today, as I kind of drive around, there are more than residential, I would say, multiplex are coming and everything. And with these things, as a responsible resident, I feel concerned. I feel some of the whole, or some of the legacy ones I feel like, we should preserve and pass to the next generation. Specifically, let's say, for example, the one, the post office that I mentioned in my application, and the one in the Butcher's Corner. These are the two examples. To me, anything we can preserve, that's great, because I believe that, that's the greatest gift we can give it to our next generations, right? That's how I feel about it. I think these heritages are very invaluable, right? To our next generation coming to this, and it represents who we are, our city, and many, many years to come. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Ravi. I'm Russ. It's nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying. A question about Parks and Rec, and I note your response: need for new/bigger pet parks.
Yeah.
I'm sure you remember writing that down. And can you just tell us more about your observation about pet parks? And also, as a bonus question, if you have any thoughts about the community will say often, we need dedicated spots in our parks for dogs to be able to run off leash. If you've ever tuned into that dialogue or have any thoughts about that.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to share, and I am a proud pet owner too. And I was really, really reluctant to get a pet, and somehow my younger son sold me that idea, and I got it. Now me and my wife are so much attached to it. And just before the interview, I just took him for a walk and came back. So we brought him about 2.5 years, 3 years back before the COVID started. We used to take him to the nearby park here, and it was a small group. But over a period of time, the pet owners, it has grown, and the pets have grown. I strongly believe that the pets can bring greater value, and with these things, right? I think there is a wellness and other things elements to this pets, and a lot of homeowners are adapting that one. And we, I think within the city, right, we need to kind of facilitate and bring some balance. What I mean by that is I try to go to many nearby parks, and they are not so, I would say, well structured or well accommodative and everything, right? And I do respect the non-pet owners too. They need some privacy and other things too, right? But we got to take some actions. We got to do something about it, right? So I think we need to, again, I don't have to kind of detail out the detailed plan, but we got to do something about it. And I have some ideas too. But coming to your bonus question on the dogs with off leash, yes, definitely. I don't intend to say that, we need to create a off leash dog park in every park or every area. We should start, right? Somewhere 1 or 2 or 3, pilot it out. And most importantly, we need to kind of solicit and involve the residents, right? Both pet owners and not pet owners, right? Involve them, take them into consideration, and we need to kind of bring a balance to that one, right? So again, I was never a pet owner, and now I'm a pet owner, and I feel very, very good about it. And thank you for asking that question.
Right on, Ravi. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Ravi. And thank you for applying for the different boards and commissions that you did. A final decision will be made at the City Council meeting of May 25th. And then the city clerk will ask you to, will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. And I really appreciate all the questions and for the opportunity to kind of talk to you all. And I wish you a good evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Bye-bye.
Okay, City Clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next candidate has been promoted to panelist. We'll just get their video and microphone going. Looks like candidate David Kesting is ready to go.
Hello, David.
Hey, Larry, how you doing?
Doing very well.
Thanks for having me out here today. Thank you to the council for seeing me today for the interview. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to speaking with you tonight.
Great. So let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind as you're going through and answering questions. First up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi there. Thank you so much for applying, and it's great to meet you on this very nice, balmy evening. So, pleasure. I just wanted to jump in and ask you about the experiences that you've had attending boards and commission meetings, and what are some of the things that were discussed that stood out to you?
So my experience attending the meetings for the Parks and Recreational Committee is quite limited. It's consistent with viewing, I would say, about 10 meetings that you guys have had through your online video posts and audio posts. And my experience with that is I'm amazed with how well put together the video presentations are. The amount of information that you can instill from the plans and sections and renderings from the buildings that you guys are working on, such as Washington Park and such as Lakewood, I think is rather impressive. I think that your rapport dealing with budgeting and with maintenance is pretty well put together. I think that things that I would be interested in adding to the board, if at all, adding to the commission, if at all possible, would be to increase our ability to go out there and actually spend time at those locations. It's one thing to look at things in plan, to look at things on paper, look at things in a video presentation, but I think it's something entirely different when you're actually at the site and you're being able to view the progress of these different projects. Thank you so much, by the way. I appreciate your time here, Mrs. Cisneros.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, David. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for applying and for showing such interest in serving the city. I noticed on your application that you obviously have a background in architecture and studied at Berkeley's College of Sustainable Design, which sort of sparks in my head a conversation about the overlap of sustainability and then the design work that we put into the city's parks. And so I'm curious if that's something that you might be able to touch upon or expand on, kind of what the overlap between sustainability and environmental concerns are with the way that we run our parks and the policies we put forward for them.
Certainly, sustainable design is an ethos that a lot of architects, well, some architects would follow, and I consider myself one of them. Studying at UC Berkeley is something that you spend quite a bit of time working on. So the idea of going past the simple Title 24 recommendations for the city, trying to strive beyond basic sustainable goals, is something that I would want to implement in the buildings that we're undertaking right now. Like right down the street from me, you have Washington Park with the pool agenda that's right over there. Then you have the Lakewood Elementary building that you guys have been working on for quite some time. Being able to go through those and find new ways to implement sustainable design into that. Something that's past, adding solar panels to it. Something that's past, like adding simple insulation, but also seeing ways that it can be used over a longer period of time to further engage the community, and then bring it past what you see just inside the building, but also to include the parks outside of it. That's the California life, right? That's what we think about when we come to California, when we spend time here. We think about how the indoor and the outdoor work together and how we can blend that line, or better yet, diminish that line entirely, destroy that line entirely, so that we can encompass a greater sense of our community into these particular environments. And that pays off over a longer period of time. Over the scope of 30 years, the returns that you get from these kinds of investments is far greater than you would find from traditional building methods. And you can include that for other types of things too. I know that the Mayor Klein talked briefly about bike use previously. I know that the chairperson for the committee, Clayton, has talked previously about including in electrification recharging for parking lots that are at the parks. And that's something that I think should be considered much more closely. You're seeing what's going on in your plans right now for Lakewood. You've seen what's going on for Washington Park. You have parking lots that are there that are massive. And I don't understand the need for these parking spaces, especially when we start to see the transportation culture of our community change dramatically over the course of the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So that's something that I think that we would want to consider too, as we are as a committee moving forward. Thank you for the question.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, David. I have a quick question. So thanks for being, a little league and soccer coach. Can you talk a little bit about maintenance or kind of repurposing from the parks that you've, basically visited as a coach? What maintenance issues do you see in our parks right now, or repurpose needs that you think that are there?
You know, I love Little League baseball. You know, I've loved baseball ever since I was a kid, and I love spending time with my son, my two sons out at Washington Park, and going to see the other parks that are out there from interleague interlocking systems, and then also being a coach with Sunnyvale Alliance, the soccer program out there. And when I think about parks and the parks maintenance, I think a big issue we have to think about is the fact that you guys have we have something like 20 parks in the city, in the confines of the city. I mean, that's an outrageous number of parks, and the sheer magnitude of how large that is just, that's insane. Being able to maintain and run those systems has got to be a delicate use of fine time work, almost like a clock working together. And for me personally, you know, when I go out to the park on a regular basis, I show up early to all the games. I drag the fields. I make sure the water's running out there, and the amount of conflict and turmoil that you see just doing basic things like how do we get running water out to the parks on a regular basis is something that we encountered 2 weeks ago when, you know, one of the lines over at Washington 2 had an issue with water, and it had to be cut off to the entire field. Going further upon that, you know, I submit the safety plans for the league every year, and one of the check marks for Little League is there any big maintenance jobs going to go on for the fields this year? And I consistently for the last 4 years have check marked no. And part of that is on us, you know, for how do we raise money to better the park. But at the same time, you know, I think at the back of my head, like how long has that field been there? How long has the structure of those fields been in this kind of way? How long have the fences been like that? How long have the locks not been working properly? How do we go about changing that to make it better, you know, for everyone who's over there? And that's not just the Little League baseball kids, that's everybody. The amount of cricket pickup games that are happening on these fields on the daily it's intense. It's absolutely intense. And I'm sure that that's a tension that is going to have to be resolved at some point, hopefully sooner the better.
Okay, great. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, first thing I want to say is it's not that we have, you know, 20 plus parks. It's the residents have all those parks. It's their resource, not ours. But I wanted to go ahead and ask, if you get on the Park and Recreation Commission, what would be success for you? Not for success for the Park and Recreation Commission, but success for you by participating on the Park and Recreation Commission.
Thank you so much for the question, Vice Mayor Hendricks. And to reiterate, when I say we, I mean the role.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, I love being here in Sunnyvale. It's a great place, and I love the parks that we have here. And for me, the success of my position on the commission would be in my ability to assist the other commissioners in how we read and decipher the plans that were given for the buildings that are going up, right? And what's being planned down the road for the future down the road. How can I use my background to read these plans and read these sections and read these construction documents and help the rest of the commission understand this correctly in case, you know, I have insight to some of those things, which I'm sure other commissioners do too. I mean, from listening to the conversations, it seems like it's a pretty knowledgeable staff. And then I think furthermore, beyond that, I would like to see the ability to further progress these buildings being made on time and under budget. And that's what I bring to every project. And that's where I see success for me over a longer period of time.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Nice to meet you over Zoom. And I just wanted to start with a comment. You'd mentioned that you had viewed 10 of the meetings online, and you described that as a quite limited experience, but just wanted to let you know we regularly get applicants who've watched 0 meetings or 1 meeting. So I think you're being far too modest when you describe 10 as quite limited experience. I wanted to zero in on the rec programs because clearly you have a lot of knowledge and experience with parks. And so Parks and Rec, the other half of it is the recreation programs. And just wanted to hear what's been your experience with Sunnyvale recreation programs and what trends do you see going forward in the future?
I have a limited experience with the recreational programs. I mean, outside of, you know, you know, being able to use the fields for baseball and for soccer. I signed my sons up for the Sunnyvale Camp Splash programs last summer. And that whole experience, logging in line, trying to get everything signed up for that all came kind of crashing down, last March. So my experience on that is pretty limited. That being said, I'm open to new experiences. I'm open to learning more about the process and about the recreation program. And I would hope that I can bring my skill set to that part of the department the same way that I would want to bring the same way I can bring my experience to the ability for reading plans and sections and protocols and how we can construct these the buildings that are going forward with the Parks and Recreation Department going forward.
Great. Thank you very much.
And watching 10 videos online, I've enjoyed it. It has been really informative, like hearing the different council people talk about the process and being able to see the presentations as well. But I think being able to do that kind of stuff in person it's much more fulfilling for me personally.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, David. I'm Russ. Real nice to meet you over Zoom. And thank you for your application to serve on the Parks and Rec Commission. I've been listening intently, and my colleagues have already asked all the questions that I was going to ask. So in the interest of time, you have my gratitude, and I'll hand it off to the next council member. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Russ.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, thank you, David, for applying. Really great to see your passion and 10 meetings is a lot. So great on your homework. It seems like you're very well versed in the permit process and things through your employment. And so, one of the things I would love to see in a commissioner for every commission is that policy type of thinking. And so we've talked a lot tonight about operations, but in the actual Parks and Rec work plan, they have a lot of different scopes of issues that involve policy, such as capital improvements, location near parks, et cetera. And so just what is one policy that maybe you've come across in your employment or your passion that you think you would like the Parks Commission to explore and thus advise the council on?
So the question I'm hearing is what are policy issues that I've dealt with in the past that I would want to see explored at the Parks and Recreation's department? Right. I would imagine that dealing with the Parks Department, we have to apply for permits on a regular basis, right? Dealing with permits for the fields, how we resolve that and are able to secure the fields for the kids to use either through soccer or at baseball. I could see being able to do more of those kinds of things. Online. I could see for policies, accessing the pool that's going to be over at Washington, right? The way that the logistics of how you enter the pool, reserve your space over there, have your lockers, have your changing rooms, and then the policies that are implemented at the pool on the day-to-day. I could see getting into some of the minutia for that. Furthermore, I would see the policies that led to the dismissal of the pool at Lakewood in exchange for parking spaces at Lakewood. I would go into the questions of how we got to that decision-making process and how that could be changed. Because I would see that as underserving the community of Lakewood to forego having that asset over at Lakewood. For me, that seems like something that shouldn't just be over at Washington's Park, or it should be something that should be in other park departments as well. And it seems like not the right use of space. Foregoing access to learn how to swim for how we can park cars. That doesn't make sense to me. This is the same policies that we're seeing going on over in downtown right now, right? I mean, the policies that we've had that have set up the ability to have diners over at Murphy Street, right? I can see that expanding furthermore, right? You have all that parking spaces that are over there behind Roku, behind adjacent to the backside of the restaurants over there by Inchin Dining. All those parking spaces essentially can be successfully eliminated and expanded upon for FAR value, and using parking spaces that are already available, like across the street over at the train station, across by the Target station, over on the other side of of what used to be the Macy's that's currently at Whole Foods and the new Whole Foods parking space. So I would say that would probably be policy minutia that I would want to talk about, the value of the land and how it is we can use it properly. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, David, thank you for your interest for applying for our boards and commissions. A final decision will be made at the council meeting on May 25th, and the city clerk will contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for being here.
So much, guys. It was great seeing you. Bye-bye.
Take care. City clerk, are we ready for the next applicant?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Pamela has been promoted to the panelist role, so we'll just get her video and audio started. Here we go.
Hello, Pamela.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to interview for board and commission positions.
Thanks for being here. Let me take a moment to explain the process. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when you're answering those questions. And first up is Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Pamela. It's a pleasure to meet you. And let me be the first to say thank you for applying. And also, it's clear from your application, you applied to a lot of commissions, so that really shows the dedication that you have to wanting to serve the city and the passion that you show. So I really appreciate that. I think my question is related both to sort of the Parks and Rec Commission and the Board of Library Trustees, because one common thread I saw in your answers to both of the questions was about the unhoused population, how they're using those facilities as a means of shelter. And so I'm curious, I'd love to hear you expand sort of on your thoughts about that situation. As it currently is, you mentioned it's a problem, right, that so the library has to be used as a daytime shelter. Are these things that you would like to see the city either expand on, reduce or stop entirely, or continue on the current trend?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. So these are my observations that I've seen around the parks, and most notably, I've noticed that at Fair Oaks Park, as we all know, there was a large homeless encampment there, and over the years, my husband and I would actually go and donate to the individuals there to help them out and any extra things that we had. So as a resident, it's a push-pull, right? You want to support the unhoused population, but you understand the need for the community to have a place to engage and to utilize. So in the city of Sunnyvale, I've taken leadership Sunnyvale classes, and one thing that was touched upon are wicked problems, which I think is a very interesting concept, that you can't solve the problem today in its entirety, but if you can make inroads to it, it's kind of a road to success. So I think what's tough about the homeless situation is it's not necessarily a city problem, right? It actually is a county problem as well as a state and a national problem. So I think from a city perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're limited in terms of what we can do. We do need the support of the county and the state to help us manage this population, which seems to be growing. I'm not fully, clear on exactly what happened at Fair Oaks Park from beginning to end. I know in the redevelopment program that's going on right now, they have been moved. My understanding is they've either gone to shelters or hotels at this point, and I'm not certain if that was funded by our county dollars or our city dollars. So what I don't know is what I don't know. But what I can say is that, we need to find that balance of having a place for them to stay, as well as allowing our citizens the place to play and engage. And that's not an easy thing to do. It's a very difficult and ongoing problem to tackle.
It is a very difficult situation, but thank you for your answer and for your thoughts on it.
Thank you, Pamela. And those were actually city dollars at the end of the day. So as far as your priorities, you listed the Heritage Preservation Commission as your second priority, but you didn't fill out any of the questions. So I would be interested to know what historical features or structures that you think are currently at risk in our community.
No, that's a great point that you bring up. In fact, I was doing my application, if you could believe, at 4 o'clock on April 30th, right before it was due. So shame on me for not completing it. But my interest is very, very clear. And I think in hindsight, what I would have done is focus depth in my application as opposed to the breadth of positions. My desire to get on the board is very clear. I really do want to get on a board position, but I want to do it the right way. And I feel like the commissions and the boards that I've applied to are actually of interest to me. Specifically, Mayor, you mentioned the Heritage Committee. My interest actually stems from that because I live in a heritage community. I live in Victory Village, which was established post-World War II. I actually really love my community, the little bungalows, the close-knit of the community. It's kind of sheltered back there by the Northrop Grumman factory and Home Depot. But the actual personal desire actually came from the fact that I own a 79-year-old fireplace. And the fact that it survived all these years is a miracle in itself, given all the the natural calamities that could have happened to destroy it, as well as the city permitting process and so forth amongst the various owners that have lived here. So I'm actually intrigued. I'm really intrigued about how we can preserve our history, but also balance that with the need for our city for additional land for residential and commercial use, and also cost. As we know, preserving requires funds. And at the end of the day, that's not something that's always available for something, when it comes to heritage preservation. So the way I look at it is with the funds that are given, what can we do? What can we preserve? What is important to the people to preserve for our community?
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for applying for the positions that you have. So what would you see as success for yourself if you got on any of the boards and commissions? Not the commission itself, but what would be a success for you?
That's a great question, actually. And what I'll say right now is I actually left the workforce in 2013, and that was to focus on family. And since then, I've actually been actively looking for opportunities to kind of engage back in a way that's not necessarily the workforce because of my other responsibilities. But, I kind of took a step back and created some maps for myself of like, what do I enjoy? I really enjoy my community. I really enjoy engaging with the people around me. So I think success for me looks like being engaged with my community, being able to offer my skills and experiences, which at this point, I've been a Bay Area resident for 40 years and I've lived in Sunnyvale for 9 years. So I think as a resident, I bring a ton of experience. From my analytical background, I've got a degree in economics from the University of California, San Diego. And I've worked in the tech sector. I've worked in consumer goods in various capacities. So my ability to synthesize a large amount of data and be able to come up with concise recommendation, I think is one of my fortes. So success for me looks like being engaged. And today in front of you, I'm applying for a board and commission position. But if the engagement looks something different in the future, I'm open to that too. I just want a way to engage in something I like at this point in my life.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Nice to meet you over Zoom, and thank you for applying. The mayor asked my question about heritage, so appreciate your answer to that. So I'm going to ask about the Arts Commission. I think Adobe Acrobat cut off part of your answer there, where you started to talk about arts being cut from public school funding and nurturing the next generation of artists. So I was hoping you could expand on that point.
Yes, I apologize for that. I actually ended up taking a picture and sending it back to the clerk's office, and unfortunately that didn't get added in, but that was my fault. I should have double checked my work before sending it in. But in terms of engaging the next generation, when I was in school back in the day, arts was still part of the program, not a huge part, but it definitely allowed me to balance the right and the left brain part of myself. And the studies have shown that children who have exposure to both right and left brain educational materials tend to do better in life and they tend to be better citizens also. I think also in today's day and age, children are looking for an outlet. They're looking for an outlet either with their friends or in sports, especially this last year with COVID for sure. I think having that as part of a city program would kind of take the place of having what that was in schools. It doesn't have to be a huge program. It could be something that could be partnered with the library. It could be partnered with a community center, but something that would be also available to people that were not, would be of lower income brackets as well. So potentially a free program or a reduced cost program, I think is extremely important. I even remember projects when I was in school of like, you know, taking a balloon and paper macheing that and creating a pumpkin out of it. And the fact that I still remember that just goes to show that it was such an integral part of growing up. And it would be such a shame if children didn't have that in today's age.
Great, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Pamela. I'm Russ. Nice to meet you over Zoom. Thank you so much for applying. Hey, just a short lightning round type question. Leadership Sunnyvale. I see it on your application. Quickly, how is that experience for you going?
I loved it. Interacting with people from diverse backgrounds and talking about the issues of the day in our community and our county is fantastic. Tara has done a fantastic job in creating the our curriculum on a weekly or bi-monthly basis, and as well as Bruce, you know, for co-leading the classes. I think they're phenomenal. The fact that we also get reading material after the classes is really good. It helps to kind of underscore the material that we've covered during the courses and our exposure to so many people. Goodness, we've met several people that are on council today. I've also had the chance to meet, you know, people from the county as well. And I don't think I'd have that opportunity if it wasn't for Leadership Sunnyvale. It was definitely a good investment.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hey Pamela, thank you for applying, and I am a fellow inanimate object of a trident, so great school. But I just want to say I really liked your application. I just wanted to kind of ask you a question on the heritage preservation side of have you visited the Heritage Museum in Sunnyvale or the Orchard, and have you just walked around and what did you think of it?
Definitely. That's actually a great question. I haven't had a chance to visit the museum, but I've done it online. I've gone through the sites. I actually live not too far from the Hendy Ironworks factory, or what was previously the factory. And I'm actually walking distance? No, actually I'm not. So I do have a lot of interest in, you know, just researching on my own when I find something in the city. So for example, the latest was actually the ghost of Toys R Us and how that came about, and how it was, you know, during the time when there were cherry orchards there, and the death of one of the farmers that comes back there. But in terms of, you know, the heritage, understanding each of the areas of the city, I have not done my due diligence as I should have to understand each of the areas that are preserved or will be preserved in the future. That's something I'm definitely looking forward to.
Yeah, well, great to hear that you're passionate about it, and no worries, and hopefully we don't have any ghosts in sports gear when REI moves into the Toys R Us. But thank you for applying, really appreciate it.
Sorry, if I could have 1 second to just add, I'm actually researching the history of our home, which is kind of fascinating too. So that's a side project I've got going on, to go look at county records and figure out what's going on there. So.
Thank you. And the museum might actually be able to help you with that. So they just reopened last weekend. And finally is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, and great to meet you this fine evening. And thank you for applying, and for the, you know, Council Member Dean mentioned, just thank you for applying for a lot of different things. It really shows the depth of your commitment here. And I want, since you have Parks and Recreation Commission #1, I was wondering, why did you rank it #1? And what are some of the experiences that you've had with our park system?
Yeah, great question, council member. So in terms of the Parks and Recreation Commission, I put that as #1 because prior to COVID, it was actually a big part of my husband and my life. We would go for frequent bike rides along Baylands Trail. We actually lived down the street from Seven Seas Park. I actually attended the groundbreaking for Seven Seas Park way back, I think it was in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, and took pictures and saw the whole thing. So that has been, a park that we've actively engaged in. And then also in downtown Washington Park has been one where we've just had picnics there as well. And in terms of, I believe this also falls under parks, is I utilize the pool at Fremont High School as well. And I was actually reading over the meeting notes for Parks and Rec, and that I think the structure for the pool at Washington Park that's yet to come is going to follow the same structure as Fremont High School, which is great. And I hope one can use their punch card at both locations in the future. So that's been my experience with parks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, Pamela, I just want to thank you for joining us this evening and applying for the different boards and commissions. A final decision will be made by City Council on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks again.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Great.
Good evening.
Glad you're here. City clerk, are we ready for our next candidate?
Yes, the next candidate has been promoted to the panelist role. Let's just get their video and audio going. There we go, Mike.
Okay.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hey, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I want to thank you for reapplying and you know,
my pleasure.
Let me take a moment to explain the process, although you've been through it before. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled to last for 15 minutes, so please keep this in mind when answering your questions. And I'm first up this time. So I just want to first thank you for your time that you've already served a year and a half on the Parks and Rec Commission. And, you know, I would like to ask you in general, you talked a little bit about, you know, generating new ideas to attract more people to parks in your updated application. So I'd be interested in to hear what some of your ideas are from a park standpoint in attracting people.
Okay. As you might know, well, I joined this year and 6 months ago. Maybe my previous person's term is very short, and I was thinking to explore the background a little bit. Basically, this Park and Recreation Committee, the folks are doing a pretty good job, and I'm very highly of their operations and budget and all other things. You might know the concept of the park scores. You might have heard of that concept. How we can evaluate city parks. I was ready to share a certain one sheet of paper, but looks like, can we share the screen then? Or any?
You should have the ability to share.
Ability?
Yes. You see towards the middle of the bottom of the screen, there should be a share screen button.
Yeah. Did I share that already?
Don't see
So
anything.
usually you'll need to select the window you want to share and then click share in the bottom right.
Okay, I'm trying to share. Can you see the screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Do you see one sheet of page now?
No,
No.
have you hit the, so once you have the window pop up and you select the window you want to share, in the bottom right, there should be a blue share button.
Okay, let me do that again. I did share, but you have to activate the other, looks like you didn't allow me to post it. You need to allow additional participant to share. Looks like there is, you did that already?
Should be activated for all panelists, and you're a panelist now.
Oh,
so
I
you
see.
should be able to
Okay.
share.
Then I should be able to do that.
We're starting to see it. Now we
Yeah.
see your.
We see your desktop now.
Okay. Can you see that?
Go ahead and open it. We see your file folder window.
Okay, I just shared one sheet of paper.
No, afraid it's
No.
not working.
Okay, then it's okay, I guess. For some reason, then I just stopped sharing.
Share, yeah.
Yeah, there's a concept of widely accepted city parks. There are basically 7 criteria. One of them is like a clear expression of purpose, which this commission has the strategy and purpose 3 years ago. So I was reviewing that as well. It looks okay. The second one is a sufficient asset in land, staffing, and equipment to meet the system's goal. That looks fine. The third one is equitable access to most of the parks. That basically a park should be located within just 10 minutes walk. That's the average concept for the equitable access. Next one is a safety for crime and physical hazards. Looks like everything is above the average. I have 3 observations they've highlighted as a criteria. The first one is ongoing planning and community involvement process. We have achieved expansion of the parks. Now we have 22 parks and over 772 acres of parks. It looks like we don't see many cities expanded area of parks thanks to the council's current and in the past. So we are very appreciative of that. But most of the things that it is a city's view, I'm afraid, in one sense. If we create good parks, beautiful one, well maintained, people come to the park without any involvement of the participants. Because things have changed greatly. Nobody wants to watch television these days. They watch on demand, YouTube, where they want to see. The parks concept in the past is like a television set. If you build good parks, well built, maintained, people come to the park. But I don't think so. Things have changed greatly. The demographic situation has changed. Young people need some more facilities because they are just staying home and they don't want to go out. But going to the park, they don't see anything to play around. So some kind of the involvement, like a pull strategy, listen to more from the potential, the people living close by. The second one is the user satisfaction. There is no measurement and criteria I see in the evaluation of the park per se. I'm still very highly of the performance and quality of the maintenance people, but still they kind of have a feeling that if they have a good park, people come to the park. Maybe that's true for the senior people with dogs in this environment in the morning and in the evening. But without any good facilities and things to enjoy there for younger generations, which is growing, it's very hard to attract those people.
Okay.
And third, yeah. Anyway, I'm using so basically my concept to you, the mayor, we need to change the eyes from the service recipient side a little more to attract more people to engage in the involvement of the parking strategy in the future. So that's what I'm inclining to address. And it takes many years. I've been on the other commissions for last 8 years. So I know it takes a long time, but if I can perform as a spearhead to change the eyes a little bit, I'm greatly, yeah. That's what I'm after now. Take too much time for your questions, Mayor. Hopefully that serves the questions of other councils, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Next up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Hi, Mike. It's good to see you. Thank
Hi,
you
see
for
you.
the service you've done already to the city. Thank you for reapplying. And I don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Could you just very briefly tell us about a difficult decision that you've had to make while you've been on the Parks and Rec Commission?
A difficult decision, what? Sorry.
A difficult decision while on the Parks and Rec Commission. I know it's a short time, but what's been the most difficult vote?
Yeah, mostly just to make some comment proposed from the administrative recommendation and to say yes or no. That's the most difficult decision because I think we should be involved in more strategic view rather than the operational side of that. I don't see any strategic view and referring in the agenda in the last 1 year and 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, Mike, how are you? Nice
Pretty
to
good.
see you.
Nice
Right
to
on. Nice to see you tonight. And it's been great to see your participation on our boards and commissions for years now. That's really meaningful to me, and experience matters. I was listening to your response to the mayor's question, and I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you again, Mike.
Thank you. I use up too much time to the questions.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, hi, Mike. I really
Hi.
appreciate your thoughtfulness on how policy affects the operations of the thing. And you're talking about success criteria and key performance indicators of how we measure success. So I really appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. I'd be happy to connect later about your ideas in a study issue format. The question I have is, you're mentioning that you're not seeing this type of policy thought in terms of the agenda items that are being brought to you, or correct me if I'm wrong. So how are you going to work that into the work plan?
Well, hopefully administrative people can screen a little bit before they turn in to the commissioner. I'm a little bit concerned that the commissioner's role is not fully understood among the administrative people, and they're just following the histories and patterns in the past. It's my role to throw a stone and change the directions a little bit. We need to turn in the strategic advice more rather than adding some comments to the operation side of the agenda. If there is some opportunity, I'd like to volunteer to stress that direction as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hi there, Mike. It's
Hi.
great to see you, and
see you.
nice to meet you. I wasn't around yet for your last round, so it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for the service that you've already provided to the city.
Yeah, I served 8 years already, so this is my last one. And
This is your last one? Well,
yeah, I
congrats.
was preparing for the 4 years, but the previous person has only 1 year and 6 months. So definitely, I'd like to give a younger generation an opportunity, but I want to change the atmosphere, and I'll become a spearhead, groundbreaker, if I can.
That's great to hear, Mike, and that's a huge amount. So thank you. And that really leads me to my question. So it's like you set it up, like you knew what I was going to
Oh,
ask.
sorry.
No, good. It's good. I was going to ask, what advice would you have for somebody who's just applying to a commission for the first time, given the amount of experience that you have?
Well, my practical recommendation is listen for at least 6 months, a year, and get used to the speed of the movement. If you're not prepared for that speed, you got stuck and then drop out. That's my experience in the last 8 years. I've been experienced to make a quick question within 2 weeks. That's the environment I've been performing in the last 30 years, 20 years in the Silicon Valley. But the time speed is totally different. So my advice to the novice commissioner is listen quietly, not quietly, but closely for 6 months, a year. Otherwise, you got lost in the speed of the city business. That's my finding. You might have some of you might have some argument, but that's my guts feeling I felt in last 8 years.
Thank you. And I think that really helps us see like what's been of value to you and kind of what you've mastered. So I appreciate your answer.
Okay. And finally, Councilmember Dean.
Hi, Mike. It's a pleasure to see you. I actually don't have any other follow-up questions either, but thank you so much for applying.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike, you've been through this process before. A final decision will be made at City Council on May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after the meeting to inform you of the final outcome. So thanks for reapplying and thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you for your time, councils.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, City Clerk, are we ready for our final candidate?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be ready with the final candidate in just about 30 seconds to a minute. So
okay.
Take just like a very brief recess.
Whatever you want, if you can pull it up. We're here.
How about a recess until Okay, Mr. Mayor, we do have final interview on. The final interview.
Hello, Donna.
Mayor, Donna.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, so I'll go through the process, although I'm sure you're very familiar at this point. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask you a question. The interview is scheduled for 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind when answering your questions.
Okay.
And first up is Vice Mayor Hendricks.
Okay.
Hey, Donna, it's good to see you again. Thank you for the service that
Yes.
you've been doing to the city. Thanks for reapplying. And I don't have any questions on the work that you've been doing. Thank you.
Are you sure? Okay.
No, you might tell me something that would change my mind. No, you're doing a fantastic job. I'll leave the time to everybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Larson.
Hi, Donna. Good to see you. Thank you for all you do, not only for the commission, but also you've been attending a number of the council subcommittee meetings on boards and commissions, and really appreciate you taking the time to participate and share your thoughts with us. So I'm just interested in your experience as a commissioner, how your understanding of the role has changed from when you first got on the commission, because I think so often, we join an organization or a group not fully understanding what the role is, and then it's only when we get in it that we understand it better. So like what have been the aha moments, or what have you learned about the role?
Well, initially it was kind of like, okay, we're sitting around, we're just judging art, and it's kind of like passive in a way. But once we started doing hands-on the arts, and seeing some of the finished projects actually be in the city, I felt like a little gesture of yay or nay made a huge difference in our world and the surroundings. And so that was really exciting. And to meet the artist and to see the follow through has really been amazing. And as initially I was just a commissioner, so I was just, didn't have as much responsibility. And then I was the vice chair. And so a little bit more responsibility and having to really kind of pay attention to the procedure of how a meeting is actually run, and then becoming the chair and having to learn about Sturgis and all this other stuff. It's just like the mind just keeps, okay, just bring it on. So it's been fun just kind of adding a new skill set to just, as opposed to just like being an artist, but like kind of learning how city government works. It's been really, really cool. Because when I first started seeing the art in Sunnyvale, all the different sculptures and stuff, one doesn't really have a clue how it gets there. You just like, okay, there's a sculpture on Matilda. Okay. And then to find out there's a whole process that citizens can be involved in how artwork is displayed is really fulfilling, that I decided to be part of the process. And it's been really fun. And I've learned a lot. And before all the pandemic stuff, it was fun to go to different events and meet different developers and just learn a little bit more about how the city runs. So it's been really fulfilling.
Great. Yeah, glad to hear that you're learning and having fun. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Hi, Donna. It's Russ,
Hello.
and it's great to see you here tonight. I really, really appreciate your work on the Arts Commission, and I always say that experience matters. I really don't have a question for you, but what I will say is we have 12 commissioners in Sunnyvale whose terms were expiring on June 30th of this year. And 6 of them, like you, Donna, are reapplying, and 6 are not. Maybe they moved out of Sunnyvale, or it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. I just wanted to say, I'm really, really happy that you are reapplying for another 4 years on the Arts Commission. And please just keep up the great work, Donna. Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thanks. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Hey, Donna, good to see you again. I forgot where we first met. It was at an event, but I don't know if it was the State of the City or what. But great to see you. And one of the questions, and thank you for your service and reapplying, but one of the questions I had in my head is, I actually look at the arts commissions of other cities, and some of them, they don't just do art. They actually do, they provide feedback based on cultural affairs. And so what that means is up to that city, of course. It could mean events, it could mean policy, it can mean anything. I was wondering, has your commission ever discussed the expansion of its scope, or thought about, this is the study issue I want to present, but then staff says, that's not really within the scope of this commission. Has that discussion ever happened in your time?
Well, I know when I was maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I kind of had a conversation about having multicultural representation in the artists that present to do artwork and sculpture. And also, I think before I knew how the city was run, ideas about celebrating Juneteenth or different things. But I don't know if that's the Art Commission's role. We don't really have a cultural commission that, can do Juneteenth or different cultural events, and then we have the Downtown Association that does like the art and wine festivals and the concerts on Saturdays or Thursdays, but that's their jurisdiction. So the Arts Commission really doesn't have a function to kind of create extra like cultural events, unless it's on the concept of we're doing hands on the arts, and this year we're going to do something about, I don't know, Black lives and Asian lives matter. What would you present for the hands of the arts? But we haven't, you know, unless it's in a concept like that, but we don't really, you know, we don't really have a venue to like, oh, we're going to do a multicultural day in Sunnyvale and have a big festival and have a bunch of, that's not really our jurisdiction. That might be like the Downtown Sunnyvale Association, or there would need to be a cultural commission created, which we don't really have.
Correct. Well, thank you. I just wanted to kind of know what the dialogue was like. So really appreciate it. And thank you for reapplying.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Hello, it's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And thank you so much for your service to the city and for applying again. Your reputation precedes you, and it's very good. So I wanted to ask you, if you were to point out one thing that you've done so far on the commission and you're really proud of it, what is that and how did it happen?
One thing. Okay, well, I'll say the hands on the arts. So like 3 years ago, we had to brainstorm an idea of what kind of project we would do for the hands on the arts. And then Kristen Dans mentioned that the Mother Earth Project had a project of creating these round canvases that would be sent to different parts, to Washington, D.C. to be displayed. And then those canvases would travel all around the world, sort of honoring Earth Day. And so I came up with 2 designs, one a tree and one a flower design. And we were there in the community center and we cut out a big 12-foot round circle, and I drew on it the template, and then those 2 canvases were brought to the community center, and a lot of the kids in the community filled in all the artwork and all the different petals and leaves. And then we had a gallery showing at the community center, and then those paintings got shipped off and got displayed. And I thought that was really fun to just be an artist, to come up with concept, work with other artists, and have our youth participate in creating artwork, knowing that it was going to be sent to Washington, D.C. and eventually all over the world. And I thought that was a very cool way that we got to represent Sunnyvale and Sunnyvale art community in a worldwide project. And I was really proud of that. I have no idea where the canvases are now. I go to the Mother Earth website and try to type in Sunnyvale, nothing shows up. They might be rolled up somewhere. I don't really know, but it was really fun 3 years ago to be really kind of globally involved in a very cool project.
That is very cool. Thank you for sharing. And I think that really highlights just how art can be such a glue for the community and bring people together. I think that was a really good example. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dean.
Thank you. Hi, Donna. It's a pleasure to meet you. And let me also just say thank you so much for all of your service and for chairing the commission. It's clear how much you've dedicated to the community, and we're better off for it. My question is more broad. I'd just love to hear what are some of your favorite, just generally favorite works of art that can be historical or contemporary, just a handful. I'm just curious to get a feel for that.
My favorite works of art. Well, I never saw the David, but I remember when I was in college and I saw the David sculpture and I thought, wow, that's such a beautiful sculpture. I haven't seen that one yet. My other kind of favorite, but kind of in a weird way, is the Mona Lisa, because I was in Europe at the Louvre, and you know, when you're in art school, you see the pictures of the paintings and you think, oh, it's this huge painting, and you go there and it's this painting and it's behind glass. And when I went there, all the people were like taking pictures of the painting, as opposed to like standing back and like, wow, I could really see the smirk in her face and I could really see the, you know, the artwork. So just to actually like follow through of like my college years and actually go and see that piece of artwork that was so famous in person was really, really cool. Another piece of artwork or architecture, I would say, if I were to pick something in Sunnyvale, it's kind of obscure, but it's over on Carrageenan, and it's a sculpture of these two male figures kind of holding hands and feet in like a circle. And to me, it sort of like symbolizes like, I don't know, if it were, it's almost like it would be like an Olympic sculpture, because there's like these figures kind of like one's diving into the other. And I was like, well, that's the kind of sculpture that you would almost see like at a gallery or like a museum somewhere. And it's like stuck way over here on the carabiner. And so it kind of makes me laugh when I see that. I'm like, that's a really cool piece of artwork. And I could, see it really in a huge gallery and have a big showing of it. So I think it's really whimsical and beautiful. And other favorite pieces of art, I really like Picasso as well. If you have to pick sort of a classic, his blue period, which turned into Cubanism, just that whole era before when there was like Dada and Futurism, and then Picasso and the whole kind of deconstruction of forms to like shapes and stuff. I was really intrigued by that because it's very kind of organic and geometric at the same time. So I kind of like Picasso's work.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, it's fun to hear the passion shine through when you talk about it. And I can definitely echo the passion for Michelangelo and Da Vinci as well. So thank you.
Cool.
Okay, Donna, and I just want to thank you again for the last 4 years and helping make Sunnyvale more beautiful and just bringing people together. I think art has a really important place in our community, and as we've talked about or as I've talked about many times with you and with other commissioners. So I just want to thank you for all your efforts, and for most importantly for reapplying for another 4 years. Especially as the last year as chair, which at times is not easy when you're moving to Zoom and trying to run meetings remotely and all that. But I've been very happy to see you there, and I look forward to our final vote. So at least the next steps, you've been through the process. So we'll be making our decision on the meeting of May 25th, and the city clerk will then contact you after that meeting to inform you of the final outcome. But thank you again.
Thank you. And I feel it's kind of interesting. Nobody could have predicted transferring to Zoom and stuff. So it's been kind of a challenging and sort of like, well, I guess it's a good time to be serving, because we're here in Silicon Valley, the champions of technology, and the fact like, okay, I guess we have to use this technology that we actually champion. And it makes us feel like, okay, we're here, we're using the technology, the world's using the technology, and the government's using the technology, and it's not that bad. It's not that hard, and we're doing okay.
You're doing great. Thank you for basically serving our city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, so with that, we will now move to our final adjournment. This meeting is adjourned.
Larry, can I ask you a real quick question first?
Sure.
Because I saw an email that came out from Dave. So on the board of library trustees, how many positions are actually open? Is it 1 or 2?
So it's actually 2. There is
Okay.
a regular opening, and then you have a current, the chair submitted resignation with their term ending. The resignation is effective July 31st. So when we go to appointments, we'll create a little bit more confusion with having an appointment that'll start for a position starting on July 1. Then you'll have that shorter position that'll be good from August 1st through June 30th of next year. But we'll walk you guys through that probably at the end of the night after a bunch of other public hearing items.
Okay, well, thanks. But I just, it helps me as I'm trying to figure out how many spots I'm dealing with. So thanks a lot.
And David, you had a great chart last time we voted. Are you going to be able to make that and send that out in advance? It was like a chart that like said this person first, second, third, fourth, versus us having to go through the packet.
Yes, I'll remember what we did last time, and we'll do something very similar.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, David, for the hard work behind the scenes. I know it's not easy, basically herding the cats to make sure everybody's on the call. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 9:49 p.m. I want to thank all the applicants who have joined this evening, as well as I really want to thank council members for staying engaged and asking great questions that we've heard tonight. So with that, have a good evening, and we'll see you all again tomorrow night. Good night.